the Board of Directors and staff to the procession line. To the Grand Entry Procession. Sponsors. Ani, Masicho, Kale Klasla. Bonjour, comment t'appelles-tu? Je m'appelle Hallie Gultel. Any Germans out there? Und Heimsick und Herr Adlerschweif. We'd like to welcome you all to the 9th Annual Indigenous Cleaner Energy Forum, hosted on beautiful Tsuut'ina Nation and Treaty 7 territory. In Canada, there's 634 First Nations, 11 language groups, and we are on the land of the Dene language group of Tsuut'ina. We make up the highest population in North America as Indigenous people, and we got the most casinos. Our language actually comes from Aztec dialect. And during the Ice Age melt, we started to expand to the north. And our highest congregation of Dene is still situated at that starting place of our migration, which is now California, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah, known as the Navajo Nation. We refer to North America as Turtle Island because we give the land a living entity status. We are living on a living being. This is why our natural laws are so important to our First Nations people. As the ice melted, we migrated with the thaw and settled in California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, Alaska. We did cross over into Russia with the land bridge. But as the ice melted and filled in that land bridge, it trapped our people in Russia today, known as the Ket, Dene. We've been trying to get a meeting with them, but Putin doesn't want to deal with land claims. The next melt happened along the Great Mackenzie River Valley that poured into the Hudson's Bay. So we settled in northern British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, parts of Ontario, Northwest Territories, and the Yukon. Our nation was affiliated with the Fort St. John Dene on the border of Alberta and BC today. And we separated from them and came into the Blackfoot Confederacy territory, where we became allies and learned the ways of teepee culture and hunting of the buffalo. And the Blackfoot territory stretched as far north as West Edmonton Mall, North Saskatchewan River, and as far south as the Yellowstone River, which is now Montana, USA, from the Rocky Mountains to the Cypress Hills in Saskatchewan. But a lot of nations had title and claim to the cypress because that was the only abundance of pine tree located on the prairies at that time. Our Tsuut'ina are signatories of Treaty Number 7 in 1877. And our head chief, Chilla, who signed that treaty for us, before any treaty was signed, we had a visionary request from one of the leaders to have a fast, to ask Spirit whether or not we should go into this treaty negotiations. So one of the Minithne, Stoney Nakoda chiefs, volunteered to fast for that bear's paw. We like to give a shout out to Treaty 6. It was the women of Treaty 6 that had a vision to include the medicine chest as part of these treaty right negotiations. And through this medicine chest, it was deemed for government to take care of us during times of famine, pandemic, hardship, health issues. And it was because of that healthcare clause, Sir John A. Macdonald at the time said, we need to devise a healthcare for ourselves if we're going to give First Nations healthcare. So you're actually benefiting from a treaty right from our universal healthcare, courtesy of our women of Treaty Number 6. How about a round of applause for the ladies of Treaty Number 6? You'll find that this conference theme is changing, charging forward towards a more secure energy future. And the First Nation Power Authority is a nonprofit organization that was established to create opportunities for Indigenous communities through partnerships, economic reconciliation, and education. They proudly support a national membership base in achieving a sustainable energy future through tailored solutions and services. Charging forward towards a more secure energy future, showcasing success stories, highlighting examples of successful Indigenous-led clean energy projects. Capacity building, providing participants with tools, knowledge, resources to engage in the clean energy economy. Partnership development, fostering collaboration between Indigenous communities, businesses, and utility partners, government stakeholders, to develop equitable clean energy initiatives. Youth engagement, inspiring and empowering the next generation of Indigenous clean energy. Driving economic impact, supporting growth of Indigenous-owned businesses, jobs within the clean energy sector. The ultimate goal is for us to reach financial sovereignty as Indigenous nations. Government enacted a horrible experiment that went horribly wrong by making us depend on them. And they see that now. So they're now initiating loan guarantees for capacity development in major projects. And it started right here in Alberta with Premier Kenney putting up $1 billion loan guarantee for First Nation initiatives in oil and gas sector. It's now been expanded to include agriculture as well as horticulture, tourism, and communications. The federal government picked up on this and put out a $5 billion loan guarantee for Indigenous nations across Canada in last spring's financial budget. Last year, I was in London, England, in Parliament with CANDU, and the UK wanted to do a reconciliation on a Commonwealth global affair, and they want to start off with First Nations in Canada. We signed treaty with Great Britain, not with Canada. We honor that Union Jack still on our flags here in Treaty 7, because we know that connection with the Crown. I told Parliament that they have to ratify the Jay Treaty if they want to do First Nation trade with us directly, so that our relatives across the medicine line can help us fill quotas. So that's something that Parliament's discussing, to ratify that Jay Treaty. Canada never acknowledged it, states did. And if we can enact this, Trump's tariffs will have no bearing on our First Nation trade from nation to nation, because no taxes are involved. And that's actually a treaty right that we're benefiting here in our Taza Business Park. Costco was our anchor tenant. Our Costco out here became world #1 September of last year, taking over the title from Honolulu, Hawaii. With only 18 months, they became #1 in the world. And this is where that gas war, that Costco's gas bar, with our gas bar, we don't pay taxes on it. They're benefiting from that treaty right. So these are initiatives we'll be discussing, and I'd like to introduce a 9-time Grammy-nominated singing world champion young group, Northern Cree, to give us a grand entry song and a procession of our delegation. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise as we honor our Eagle staff and our colors, our chiefs, our veterans, our board of directors, our sponsors. Northern Cree. Let's light 'em up, boys. Let's light 'em up. Bringing in the Eagle Staff, Lone Child, our flight carriers, veterans, Hakitche Jeeps, Robin, the Wet Star, Grand Chief, Hockamau, Felix Thomas, Hakitche, Roy Whitney, Chief of Sutuna Nation, Edward Dutch, Laurent, Tracy Desjardins, David Peltier, David Karen, Carl, Big George, our dancers, and that French traditional war dance style, Rocky Green, the healing dance of the Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe, Claire Pipestem, and that fancy style, the dance that started it all, the ladies' fancy shawl, the Nemac Swan. Acknowledging staff and volunteers, Rebecca, the Grimleys, Christina Swan, Katrina German, Darren Holland, Michaela Whitworth, Brian Mountain, Andrew Desjardins, Nathan Desjardins, Jada Peru, Mariah Root, our sponsors, Elaine Lemaitre, University of Saskatchewan, Ellen Lorenzo, Peter Limited, Madison McClerney, Cadence Robinson Coulter, Catherine Good Energy Solutions, Kim Lala, Evluma, Susan Bissett, Val Matrix, Joe Ayaza, Canadian Building Trades Union, Bradford Juno Engineering, Darren Solomon, Chickawans, Navash, Michael Daniel, Bruce Power, Ray Plant, Nuclear Waste Management Organization. You like that beautiful grand entry, Northern Cree rocking the joint. At this time, we'd like to call upon one of our respected spiritual leaders, knowledge keeper from the Siksika Nation, Andrew Bearrobe, to speak on our behalf to Creator God Almighty and to give us blessings for each and every one of you this beautiful morning and over the next 2 days. Andrew Bearrobe. Bokshabot. It's always appropriate to start with prayer blessing. Andrew received the tobacco offering from Monique, and whenever we ask for prayer, take animal from earth, medicine, food, this is how we pay for the blessings, is through this tobacco. And this is how we pay our gratitude for Andrew speaking on behalf of each and every one of us to our Creator God Almighty.
Well, good morning, everybody. It gives me great pleasure and honor to give my opening remarks to this great conference of First Nations Power Authority. Also, I'd like to thank express my appreciation to Guy Lonechild for inviting me to do this honor. It is a great honor to stand before you to give you my opening remarks and also my prayer. I am qualified to give prayers at these kind of meetings because I've been a member of the Blackfoot Prayer Chicken Society for many years, as well as the Brave Dogs Society of Siksika. And we have our annual dances every early summer at our Sundance. That's where our two societies perform their traditional ceremonies, and then we repeat our dedication to the Great Spirit that He will bless the Blackfoot and the members of the Blackfoot Confederacy. And I'm thoroughly impressed with how the Tsuut'ina Nation has progressed over the years. When Guy first told me, we're going to have our meeting at the Sportsplex, I was thinking about the old one. And the old Sportsplex was, I've been there many times, but this is the first time I've been here. It's fairly impressive. And so we are as First Nations people of Canada and Alberta, I like to mention that there are 3 founding nations in Canada. Firstly are the Indigenous nations that settled North America, and the French and the English. And the War of 1812, the great Iroquois nation helped the English to drive back the Americans. This wasn't the first time that the Americans wanted to annex Canada. They've done it several times. 1812 was the most, I would say, significant battle with the Americans to make us the 51st state of North America. And as well, we have 3 legal systems in Canada. There's the Aboriginal law, treaty law, the French civil code, and the English common law. So those 3 legal systems have to work as one. Each of those legal systems belong to the nations that created those their legal systems to conduct their affairs, not only locally but also externally. And the treaties are international legal instruments. Treaty 7 was signed with Queen Victoria and her treaty commissioners, Colonel MacLeod. And so that's very significant. And then today, I'll get a little bit into politics, but this current premier that we have wants to take Alberta out of Canadian Confederation. Well, I don't know if she realizes it or not, but the 3 treaty areas of Alberta, 6, 7, and 8, he has to deal with those first. How will she take those 3 treaty areas with her if she creates a separate country of Alberta? That's unimaginable. So therefore, I don't think, at least I don't think at a personal level, that is possible. Unless if we have a constitutional conference to sort out how we can coexist as Indigenous nations, the French and the English. And it'll be the time as well to review the status of our treaties, especially treaties 1 to 11, what's called the Victorian treaties. And then how will an independent Alberta deal with those 3 treaties? And I'd just like to mention those 11 treaties only dealt with the land. They did not deal with the subject area of natural resources. You read those 11 treaties, not one of them mentioned natural resources. So therefore, the ownership and benefit from Alberta's abundant natural resources will have to become one of the topics for discussion, just in case if Alberta becomes serious about separating from the rest of Canada. And so I just want to mention that. And today we are dealing with resurgence of First Nations. As you can see, the Chinda Nation is one of those First Nations that are making a lot of progress from economic perspective. And that was the original intent of those 11 treaties, to live together as founding nations and to create a country that we can be justly proud of. I also like to mention that the 2 world wars, our warriors of those days gladly enlisted to help Great Britain, their ally of the olden days. They wanted to help once again England fight against the foreign aggressors, and they were very successful. So therefore, in acknowledging land acknowledgement, some people are saying that land acknowledgement is racist. It does not do justice to the other people. Well, the land acknowledgement is simply recognizing what is obvious. What is obvious. And then what's obvious is that the land was, the chiefs of those days agreed to share the land, their land, with the incoming settler population. That's what they agreed to share. But a few things were left out, like I mentioned, the natural resources. And if you read the book of Dr. Hugh Dempsey, The Great Blackfoot Treaties, in that book he mentions that Cypress Hills was never surrendered. So there are a few things that are still outstanding. Ownership of natural resources, Cypress Hills still belongs to Indigenous nations because it was never surrendered. Therefore, we have some outstanding business as well. In saying that, we have to deal with the notion of white supremacy. It is a real thing. It is a negative force against the cooperative spirit between Indigenous nations, the French and English, and the new arrivals. So therefore, the notion of white supremacy is a political force which does nothing to foster peaceful relations. So therefore, it should be not thought about in our deliberations. And we have a beautiful territories in Treaty 7. The Blackfoot Confederacy extended from South Saskatchewan River, the original area of Fort Edmonton, down south to the Yellowstone River, west to the Rocky Mountains, east to the Great Sandhills. And that's a huge amount of territory, the Blackfoot Confederacy. And then the Tsuut'ina Nation has always been with us. They are one of our most important allies, traditional allies. And I'm glad to be here to represent the Siksika Nation in today's gathering. And so what I'm saying is that we have some business to do as well. And now I will say my opening prayer in my language. Ayaw sa beta piyo pagi gistun na ginokatsin kato in skatsimatu noxes goik. Okay, kimasamo sa zipsto pispinana no accident sa dapi kuwax saksiwa pikani amskapi pikani saksika. Okay, kimukinan nastunan sa dapi ispinan nastunan sa dapi sinana. Nyt sakkomin nana num tsipstei pois pinnaan. Och jag också no to jag också nog hatsi kimsa se bäda pio pa ki stonna gida bei botsich pio gida bei botsich po ne bäda pio xennanst. No kimsa no go sennanix nessa go sennanix. Och i gaga da pia ki stepo auch kahpina nessortseka agokhana suka pia ki stebada pia pa ki kistuna gira pa ebotsi ne bada pia xanna nasti ayo stebada pia pa ki kistuna ki zo to tamapsa ki stebada pia pa ki anne. Thank you.
Sugapi. Thank you, Andrew Meroba. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask for our First Nation National Anthem, followed by our victory song, so we can post our Eagle Staff and Colors. Northern Cree, our First Nation National Anthem, if you will, please. our First Nation national anthem, honoring our warriors since time immemorial. To the warriors that protected our women, our children, our land, our language, our song, our dance, our spiritualism, our herbology, our connection to Mother Earth and all living things in the natural laws. To the modern warriors that gave life and limb for the freedoms we all enjoy today in World War I, World War II, the Korean conflict, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Somalia, Kuwait, and those in active duty, we ask to sing them home with the victory song, The Victory! We still got our land. We still got our language. We still got our ceremony, our song, our dance, our herbology, our spirituality. That is the victory! A round of applause for Northern Cree, 9-time Grammy-nominated champion singing drum group, 2-time Juno Award winner. At this time, we'd like to post our colors and we can acknowledge our procession line. You may go and be seated. In the spirit of continued harmony, shake the hand of the person to your left. And if you're still kind of worried about COVID restrictions, the person to your right, touch stomachs. At this time, after we post our flags and our Eagle staff, we'd like to call upon a welcome address from our host nation here, Hakidje, Chief Roy Whitney, to give us a welcoming address. Once again, we'd like to acknowledge the First Nation Power Authority for bringing us all together here and the capacity building of a cleaner energy future for future generations yet unborn. You know, when we sing in the language of Mother Earth. That's why we sing the way we do as Indigenous people. And it's a great honor to be able to have this Northern Cree give us a blessing here for this wonderful grand entry and the start of this important 9th Annual Indigenous Cleaner Energy Forum. And once again, I want to say thank you to the pipe ceremony that took place this morning. I'd like to welcome up Hakidje, Chief Roy Whitney, Tsuut'ina Nation.
Good morning. Dara Nastara. It's good to see everybody here on this beautiful June day. And the Creator's blessing us with the sunshine and a few sprinkles of rain here and there over the last few days in Calgary. And I was really honored to have the elder from Siksika, Andrew Barrow, to provide us with his opening thoughts and prayers. I'd like to welcome you to our beautiful facility. This facility will hold up to 5,000 people. And it's been used in many international events thus far, such as volleyball and basketball and other events that even Pacquiao had a basketball tournament here. So there's been a number of international events that have taken place in this facility, and it's a symbol of our future at Tsuut'ina. For those who don't know, we're part of the Great Dene Nation. We have relatives to the far north and to the west and east, but as well as to the far south. I'd like to welcome our elders, the guests. I'd like to thank the Power Authority for inviting me here to speak this morning. And Guy Lone Child has been working hard and facilitating this energy, I call it, to assist in generations to come, and those of us now that are enjoying the benefits that the organization is providing to First Nations. So on behalf of the Tsuut'ina Nation and the people of Tsuut'ina, I want to thank and welcome all of you to our community and to an area that we know as Tsuut'ina traditional territory and the lands that we live on. We are honored to be able to host the 9th Annual Indigenous Cleaner Energy Forum here in the lands of Tsuut'ina. I want to thank the authority, of course, for bringing this important event to our nation and for their continued work in advancing Indigenous leadership in Canada's clean energy future. Before we talk about innovation, infrastructure, or policy, let's take a moment to acknowledge the spirit of our land. And to those who walked here long before we have. As Tsuut'ina people, we believe energy does not begin with wires or turbines. It begins in a natural world, in the wind, in the breath of the wind, the warmth of the sun, the flow of our rivers, and the strength of our people. That is sacred power, and our responsibility is to protect it. This forum comes at a time when our nations are asserting more than just our rights, and we're asserting our responsibilities as well. Energy sovereignty is not just about owning projects. It's about owning our future, designing our future for future generations. As Indigenous people, we know that true sustainability is rooted in respect for the land, in our communities, and for the future generations yet unborn. That is why we must lead the transition to cleaner energy as not stakeholders, but as rights holders, as decision makers, and as innovators grounded in our culture. The work ahead of us is not only about decarbonizing, it's about decolonializing. As we gather to discuss impact benefit agreements, workforce inclusion, and infrastructure partnerships, let us remember this. The most powerful agreements are those that are shaped with communities and not for them. Long-term benefits come from long-term relationships. and are rooted in respect, transparency, and a shared vision. Our young people are watching. They're ready to lead, but they need to see that we are clearing the path in building opportunities and energy that honor who we are. This forum is not just a space for dialogue, it's a space for celebration. We are here because we are moving forward. Across this country, Indigenous nations are empowering and providing power to their own homes, investing in infrastructure, creating green jobs, and protecting Mother Earth in the process. This is the kind of nation building our ancestors prayed for, and it is happening right here, right now, in front of us. In Tsuut'ina, we have just signed agreements with Loblaws, Walmart, and we'll be building 300 homes for Tsuut'ina Nation members as part of Taza development to the south of us here. In the process, we're also building 6,500 homes by builders from outside of our community that will be a for sale lease with people from wherever they choose to come from. Calgarians, Albertans, Canadians, people from different parts of the world, so they chose. As we move through these next days of discussion, reflection, and visioning, I encourage everyone to listen with open hearts, speak with purpose, and collaborate with the next 7 generations in mind. Let us honor the past, let's empower the present, and let's build a cleaner, stronger future together. We have young great-grandchildren yet to be unborn. Let's think of them. Welcome to Tsuut'ina. Please enjoy your conference, and thank you very much.
Powerful pearls of wisdom and accolades. Thank you, Hakidje Chief Roy Whitney. I'd like to introduce CEO Mr. Guy Lonechild for welcome remarks.
I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. Chief, if you would please come on back and we'll gift you with a token of our appreciation. Yeah, this is from one of our vendors just back there. So many of our young people and our families rely upon their entrepreneurialism, and we want to thank all of the vendors and everybody who has come to share in their gifts and their joys and what they put into the crafts that we make. So on behalf of our small but mighty organization, the First Nations Power Authority, my friend, thank you very much for such inspiring leadership in Canada, throughout the world. It's truly amazing to have you and doing what you're doing. So thank you very much for joining all of us today and blessing us with your presence. Thank you again. Yeah. It isn't often that you get to be in the presence of greatness, and truly the last 2 gentlemen that I have known for many, many years, in Dr. Andrew Barerobe and of course Chief Roy Whitney One Spot, people like that don't come along often. And so when they speak loudly, they speak bravely and courageously, and they speak for the very reason that the chiefs and the doctor have talked about, in terms of we don't do this for ourselves. At the First Nations Power Authority, we do this for the next generation. And in the coming days, we're going to be talking about sovereignty, energy sovereignty and security. We're going to be talking about food security, water security, because these are all the things that everyone else takes for granted, but we do not have that in our territories. Our communities suffer with higher power bills because of power reliability, because of a reliance upon propane or diesel or other high emitting fuels that are really, really challenging to deal with. And so this cleaner, brighter energy future will be set in a good direction over the next 2 days, because we started things out in a good way in prayer and pipe ceremony. I want to thank my father, Ivan Lonechild, for starting us off in the pipe ceremony, and all of you. Give them all of a round of applause if you wouldn't mind. Okay, where are we at in the agenda? What's next? A good friend of mine, I think, is here. In place of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Grand Chief Kyra Wilson cannot be here with us. Again, we are dealing with the effects of the change in our climate. We've got fires that are raging in northern Saskatchewan and in northern Alberta and northern Manitoba. And so I want to call a good friend of mine, former chief of the Long Plain First Nation. Please welcome Dennis Meaches, Special Advisor to the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Give him a warm welcome.
Got a few minutes, sir?
Absolutely.
Cool. Thank you.
Bonjour, totem en annex son guabe genu de genicas, benassi totem. Kadishkotiak tunji, ha ginakana, wega ginamiat, nijagan, wega ginamiat, geshemerdu, shugo wegagi nagamoat, wapjo, gimini taguzyuk. My name is Dennis Meaches. I'm from the Long Plain First Nation, Treaty 1 territory. I am so happy to be here with you this morning. And thankful, Chief Roy, for hosting this event. And of course, I've known Guy for a long time, a good friend of mine, and have a special relationship with his father, Ivan. We've danced on the Powwow Trail for a very long time, so it's good to see him. Grand Chief Kyra Wilson gives her regards. She's unable to be here today. Of course, we're dealing with wildfires across the country, in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and here in Alberta also too. So she asked me to come in her stead. Thankful to be here. I was chief at Long Plain for about 26 years in office, and head of the Treaty 1 Nation Governing Council at the time of my retirement from chieftainship at Long Plain. So during my time as chief, I focused a lot on, of course, the challenges we face as Indigenous governments throughout this country. We are living in a crisis. We're living in a climate crisis, we're living in an energy crisis, we're living in a social crisis, and we're seeing it all around us. And it's not only, you know, we've had a quite challenging time as Indigenous people, more so now that we see the effects of what's happening in the global economy. So that has an indirect impact on what's happening on the ground with Indigenous leadership and governments and our people. So we want to change that, the narrative of how that looks. You know, and I'm, you know, being here and seeing this beautiful facility, this is what many of our Indigenous leadership and governments are striving for. So that economic independence, to work towards a stronger future for Indigenous people. As you know, we've, you know, of course, it's been made mention here, health gaps, health challenges, you know, just food sovereignty, the poverty levels that we're facing within our First Nation communities, and yet, here in this day and age, we're still witnessing those types of challenges on the ground. But there is hope, and I think there is optimism for a better and a brighter future now that people are beginning to wake up to really understand what is going on in this country and globally. So we're looking for a better path forward. We're looking for economic reconciliation. We've seen and heard you know, some good examples of that, but we need more of it. So in Manitoba, we're fortunate to have a premier that's a First Nation heritage in Premier Wabganu. So this may be a defining moment in Canadian politics, in provincial politics. So, you know, I'm a strong believer in good governance and accountability and transparency. And with Wabganu, when I was still chief, he ran for office, and for the first time ever, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs endorsed a provincial party, unheard of before. It took a little bit of shoving, I mean, just a little bit of, you know, to encourage our fellow chiefs, but we managed to do that. So I'm thankful now that he's there, because it was unprecedented. 2 weeks ago, approximately 3 weeks ago, we had a meeting with the premier and his cabinet, with the chiefs, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and he basically laid out a proposal for the future, which still needs to be looked at by the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. It still needs to be vetted out. But what he's proposed was an Indigenous Crown Corporation that would help Indigenous governments and people in the province of Manitoba. So we're looking at a lot of different challenges with that and just trying to figure out, okay, exactly what does this mean? So does it mean that, of course, the proposal 50-50 in the ownership of this Indigenous crown, and what is it going to cover? Is it going to be Manitoba Hydro going to be on the table? Is it going to be gas? Is it going to be, what are we looking at? So, but we are, again, thankful that he's brought this to the table and that we are working with a receptive government. We also have, in Treaty 5 territory, we've had a change in who represents the Manitoba, the northern Manitoba, Kiwetenak. Her name is Rebecca Chartrand, so she's been named to the cabinet also too, with the Liberal government. So I think, in my opinion, it almost seems like things are aligning and that we're able to look at maybe moving forward in a good way with a lot of Indigenous leadership at the table. So, but again, just because they're Indigenous, that doesn't mean that we actually make some major gains. There's still a lot of work to do in terms of what we want to achieve. We're also looking at trade, Indigenous trade. We've been calling for an Indigenous trade commissioner for quite a few years now to deal with the trade that's happening in Manitoba, going all the way down into the United States, into Mexico. We're looking at, the Mid-Canada Trade Corridor and how that will affect Indigenous trade. Now the provinces are talking about opening up the trade barriers. We've been talking about opening up Indigenous interprovincial trade for a long, long time. So hopefully the provinces will convince the federal government and, amongst themselves, and open up those barriers. That should never have been a restriction for Indigenous governments in the first place, because we are a sovereign nation within a sovereign state, and we are not giving up any of those rights to any now, yesterday, now, and in the future. We are going forward. We have no choice. Time is really a great equalizer, as they say, but Indigenous governments on the ground, we are witnessing more unnatural death happening than natural death in our communities. We are in a serious crisis. So we need to be ingrained in the economy of Canada, because through the years, legislation has shown, and everybody knows this, you all know this, everybody knows that legislation and social policies had a detrimental effect on Indigenous way of life. They stripped away everything. It's good to see that we have our traditions and our customs ingrained in these types of gatherings. It's so important for our young people to witness how we move as an Indigenous people and how we carry our traditions and our customs as we move forward. Because a lot of our young people have been disconnected from the system designed to keep Indigenous populations down. So we're looking at a new future, a brighter future. We have no choice. We have to move forward, and so we're looking at groundbreaking ideas. So I really thank, the First Nations Power Authority. Guy has done a tremendous job. The Grand Chief would like to look at this and use it as a template to introduce that in Manitoba. No First Nation in this country can work in isolation of one another anymore. We need to come together and work in partnership, create our strong companies, and move the needle forward. We have a high, even though we're facing, unprecedented challenges within our communities, the Indigenous population continues to boom. In Manitoba, within the Winnipeg Capital Region, there's over 100,000 Indigenous people. So there's, it's growing, and because since World War II, there's been a migration of Indigenous people to towns, villages, and cities, because First Nation governments were never given that treaty respect from the colonial governments. So that needs to change. And now that we're in this time and in this place, throughout Canada and globally, we have to learn to adapt. And we've learned that. So I think we have this opportunity, and we can't fail our children. We can't fail our grandchildren and those yet unborn. There's too much at stake. So I'm very thankful to be here with you on behalf of our Grand Chief, and I want to thank you all again. Miigwech ginakwanima. Thank you. Aho.
On behalf of our board of directors, we're going to invite our chair of the board, Chief Felix Thomas from the Kiniston First Nation, up. This brave warrior, I call him, this chief of ours, from our territories in southern Manitoba continues to advocate for a better future, for a brighter future. Our hearts go out to everyone in Manitoba who is experiencing displacement from fires. And yes, absolutely. Self-determining minds and self-determining ways. That's what we're going to do in Manitoba, either in partnership or helping you to establish your own First Nations Power Authority, whatever that looks like. So please give our good friend, Chief Dennis Meachus, a round of applause, and thank you very much for coming on behalf of the Assembly of First Nation, or Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs.
Miigwech, Guy, thank you very much. You can follow me on LinkedIn. Miigwech.
All right, please give a warm welcome to Chief Felix Thomas, Chairperson for the First Nations Power Authority.
Thank you, Guy. First of all, I want to thank Ivan Lonechild for the pipe ceremony this morning. Thank you to his helpers and to the people that participated. Because when you participated, whether you were First Nations, Métis, or non-First Nations, you took part in a process of partnership. You took part in a process of talking to the Creator and asking for prayers for everyone. And that's something that was important to do. And same thing with Andrew's prayer, when he talked about some of the things that led to treaties. And when Dennis was talking about we're being in a crisis, it reminded me about how treaties were made. First Nations, we were in a crisis. We had a colonial power coming to take our land, or trying to take our land. And the way we agreed to share these lands were by treaties. We knew that a lot of our people were dying, a lot of our people were displaced, a lot of our people needed something, needed hope for the future, and that's what treaties brought, a sharing of the land. And those talks, when you talk to the old people, they'll tell you that they weren't easy talks, because there were, you had to balance the traditional way of doing things, the cultural way, the spiritual way, with the new way. What did the new diseases bring? What did the new languages bring? There was a lot of unknowns. And so we had a lot of discussions. I know in Treaty 4, the chiefs would meet with Alexander Morris at the time. And they would go back. And they would come back the next day. And this went on for weeks till they came to an agreement. And these things, when we talk about projects of natural interest, I am sure the colonizers back then were getting frustrated with the First Nations about different wording and what does this mean, how do we do this. And so when we talk about projects of natural interest, these are some of the things that as First Nations, we get lumped into the pro-development versus the non-development. But somewhere in between are the treaties that we need to, the modern day treaties that we need to sign or agree to. And we need to do that, and whether it was 11-page treaty document from years before now to thousands of pages of agreements now, like the NAFTA treaty. These are some of the things we need to do. And it's not going to be easy. But it wasn't meant to be easy. And at different parts of the country, we do have different things, like in Ontario, I was just reading on the Bill 5 and the missteps that are the non-communication that's going on there. And now we don't know what's going to happen with the bill for projects of natural interest. My own opinion and the opinion of Kinniston, because I can speak for them, is that let's define what those projects of natural interest are first. Then we come to an agreement. In the treaty areas, we agreed, as Professor Barrow said, we agreed to share. Okay. let's share the royalties 50-50 with the colonial governments and the First Nations governments at the treaty areas. And let's share the profits 50-50. Then, and only then, will we determine if that's a project of natural interest. If governments and corporations, and a lot of these are U.S. corporations, if it is a project of natural interest, they'll gladly agree to share the profits, share the royalties, share the interests, and the decision-making of these projects. Too simple, probably makes too much sense, but that's our opinion. As we move forward, and we are going to have a discussion about how we move forward and what are some of the ways that are acceptable to move forward for both First Nations and non-First Nations. And I think that's important, the dialogues that we need to have. And a lot of these discussions we have now in our treaty areas, even though when you look at some of the discussions in our last number of years, last couple of years, have been a simple thing like cows and plows. Big discussion in our communities. How much do we give? How much do we keep? How much is this still there for 7 generations down the road? And a lot of First Nations are starting to say, we can't give it all out. What about our great, 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 great grandchildren? They need to benefit as well. And that's what treaties are there, and that's why they're important, because our generations and the ones that follow need to remember that these are supposed to be here for time immemorial from now on and forever. As all the words and treaties, and how long are they there? Well, until the waters quit flowing, until the grass stops growing, until the sun stops shining. That's the end of the contract. So anyways, I just wanted to say some of those things that, there's always been a time of progress. There's always been some crisis. And in some cases, I would like to, I said this at a meeting a couple weeks ago, I would like to thank Donald Trump. And I would like to thank Danielle Smith, because she's awakened the pride in First Nations. She's awakened what's important for all of us, making sure that these lands continue to be treaty lands. These resources continue to be upheld, and these resources not only are here, but will be here forever. That's why renewable resources and cleaner energy needs to be at the forefront of all of these developments, and that's why as we move forward and you look at somewhere like this great nation here and some of the things that are going on here, that can go on in every community and across the treaty areas, because the sun shines in all of our treaty areas. We all have water, and we all have the gifts that our Creator has given us. And this is what this conference and workshops are here for. I encourage everyone to talk to each other, get new ideas, find some new friends. I see we have, at Kiniston, we have some partners here. Look for more partners, but not too many. I don't want everybody coming to give me their business cards, because there's only so much partners here, but you will have the right partners. You don't rush into things. It is a process to get partners, and for the developers that are here, just because First Nations want to develop, sometimes they just don't want to develop with you. Sometimes the timing is not right. Sometimes the people aren't right. but the fact that you're here indicates a willingness to take that first step. Reconciliation is a million steps, and it's always that first step that's the hardest. And this is something that I encourage everyone here to do on the First Nation side as well as the corporate side and development side. Take that first step, reach out to different people, and keep taking those steps, because you'll have some missteps and you'll go the wrong way. But at the end of the day, those million steps will make it worthwhile. So with that, thank you very much.
On behalf of the First Nations Power Authority, the rest of the Board of Directors, the First Nations general members, the industry members, our staff and our consultants, and all who make this possible. We couldn't do this without you, Chief Thomas. Thank you very much for being our chair of the board. And again, please accept this token of our appreciation, your strong leadership across the country for many, many years. And what you're doing in Kiniston in terms of the cleaner, brighter energy future, he just doesn't talk about it, they're actually doing it. So please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, we saved the best for last. Minister Rajan Sawhney from Northwest Calgary, MLA for the Government of Alberta. Please give her a warm welcome. A big clap, please. Bigger than that, all right? The reason being is I asked her where she was from because I thought she was First Nations, and she gets that once in a while. Come on up. Beautiful young lady who's leading the charge for Indigenous people in this great province of Alberta and beneficiaries to the treaty relationship. Let us make that clear. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, the Natural Resources Transfer Agreement of 1930, all of these important topics and subjects, the Alberta government has been leading the charge in terms of reconciliation by creating the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. You know, a $3 billion loan guarantee program to help change the landscape and the transformation from wealth transfer from one group to another. It's happening here in Alberta. There's much, much more work to go, but please accept our invitation to speak on behalf of the Government of Alberta, and we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Guy. What an introduction. Thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be here. And let me just begin by saying I was very gratified to hear the beautiful prayers and all of the remarks that were shared by the speakers today. It's my pleasure to join you here in Tsuut'ina Nation on Treaty 7 territory. I want to thank Chief Roy Whitney and the organizers for such a warm welcome. And as a new Minister of Indigenous Relations, just very, very new, 3 weeks old, I'm looking forward to continuing the important work that we will all do together. The goal of this conference, to ensure Indigenous communities are active participants in the clean energy sector, is an important objective that Alberta's government shares. For too long, Indigenous communities have been excluded from full participation in the economy. We heard this shared many times this morning. But together, we can change that. Economic reconciliation means ensuring Indigenous peoples are included throughout the economy as owners, workers, and partners, and Alberta's government is committed to working alongside you in this journey. That's why we offer a suite of Indigenous-focused programs and initiatives designed to empower Indigenous communities, businesses, and organizations. The largest of these, as was just mentioned by Guy, is the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation, or the AIOC. Now, Hal had given a little bit of an introduction of this organization, and he talked about the different sectors that are included in the mandate, and I'm happy to share that just yesterday I approved adding healthcare and technology to the mandate of this organization. For more than 5 years, the AIOC has been removing barriers by providing loan guarantees to help Indigenous communities secure financing for major investments. The AIOC has enabled more than 40 Indigenous communities to become owners of some of the largest economic projects here in Alberta. These investments are creating dependable, long-term revenue streams that are empowering Indigenous communities, helping them reach their goals and address community priorities. And nothing illustrates this better than an actual story. I learned that recently, Whitefish, Goodfish Lake First Nation, was able to do just that. More than 30 years ago, a fire destroyed the First Nations arena. It was the heart of the community. For decades, they lacked the funds to rebuild, forcing members to leave their community and travel long distances to attend hockey practices. This obviously impacted opportunities for the youth and for the community to come together. In 2020, the community took part in the first investment backed by the AIOC, acquiring an equity stake in the Cascade Power Plant, which is near Edson. Since then, the First Nation has taken part in 2 more AIOC-backed investment deals. Revenue generated by these projects made it possible for the community to build a state-of-the-art multiplex recreational facility that includes an arena, walking track, entrepreneurial area, and so much more. It will serve as a hub for sports, celebration, community connections, and open the door to other secondary businesses. This is a good news story. The arena is more than a building. It's a symbol of new beginnings and community resilience. With the focus of this conference being clean energy, I want you to know that the AIOC supports investments in energy projects of all kinds and in a wide range of other sectors, 2 that I just announced to all of you today. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, Cold Lake First Nations announced an exciting investment in a solar project in southern Alberta with the help of a $22 million loan guarantee from the AIOC. Hydrogen is another clean energy sector with a lot of potential. Alberta, as many of you are aware, is the largest hydrogen producer in Canada, and we've seen huge interest from major international companies looking to establish hydrogen projects right here in our province. If you're with an Indigenous community or you're an industry representative interested in building new partnerships with Indigenous investors, I encourage you to please reach out to the AIOC. For the community leaders in the room, ask about the AIOC's capacity grant support as well. They can help you determine if an investment is a right fit for your community. Another key funding opportunity from our ministry is the Aboriginal Business Investment Fund, or ABIF, which provides capital grants to Indigenous community-owned businesses. Since 2014, ABIF grants have supported more than 100 projects, creating more than 1,000 jobs. With $10 million in funding available annually, double what it was a few years ago, there's more support available than ever before. And if your community has a business idea that isn't ready to break ground, but maybe it needs some research and development to assess if it's feasible and worthwhile, that's where the economic stream of the Indigenous Reconciliation Initiative, long name, or IRI, can help. With grants of up to $100,000, the IRI supports feasibility studies and the development of strategic business plans, which can serve as stepping stones toward future funding through larger programs like ABIF. The grant application period is open until fall, so please reach out to our ministry for guidance and apply as soon as possible if this is something that you're interested in. To conclude, our door is also open and we want to help open doors for you, and I certainly am very much committed to that. I have an open door policy as well. This conference is a wonderful opportunity to get started, to build relationships, exchange knowledge, and create new partnerships. I encourage you to make the most of your time here, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring day. And as Chief Dennis had mentioned as well, if you want to reach out to me, I'm on LinkedIn, and please don't hesitate. I'm here to help, I'm here to serve, I'm here to uplift. So thank you very much once again to all of the organizers for giving me this incredible opportunity to share a few words with you all. And thank you, Guy. Much appreciated.
Just on behalf of our organization, we are here to stay. The First Nations Power Authority is proudly located on the Tsuut'ina Nation at Taza Developments, and we look forward to much more work with Alberta First Nations and Métis communities. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Beautiful. Thank you, Honorable Minister. At this time, we'd like to call the youth panel up to the stage. Charging forward. Decarbonizing our cleaner electricity future in Canada. I'd like to welcome moderator Michaela Woodward, the FNPA project advisor, Saskatchewan Métis Region 2. Welcome, and welcome youth panel. Come on up.
All right, good morning, everybody. So excited to see so many familiar faces here. It's great to be on Satuna Nation. This is my first time here on Satuna Nation, so I'm very excited to be here. This is my second year now moderating this panel. This is a little bit different change of pace. For those of you that were here last year, we kind of brought in a bunch of university students and we talked about their vision for clean energy and looking forward in Canada. And this year kind of switched gears a little bit. We're bringing in a bunch of people that are already well established in the industry. These are some very smart gentlemen. They are very high up in their companies. And we're excited to have them here today. And we're gonna have a great discussion. So guys, I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and we'll get going. Josh, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, great. Josh Montana, I'm our Vice President of Business Developments at George Gordon Developments. Come from the Treaty 4 territory. I'm a proud member of George Gordon First Nation. Just want to thank you, Dr. Barrow, for the opening prayer today. Guy and your team for putting together such a great event. Thank you to those who lifted the pipe for us this morning and started off us on a right foot. Sorry, a little tongue twister. With that, we're the business development arm for George Gordon First Nation, and we'll kind of get into that as the panel goes. Been operating for about 13 years. I've been involved with George Gordon or our group of companies for about 6 of those years. We've transitioned into the green energy space the last maybe 5-6 years. So definitely proud to be here. Proud to participate in this panel and learn more from each and every one of you. So thanks.
Morning, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jake Sinclair. I'm the CEO of Cowsas Ventures, the economic development arm for Cowsas First Nation. Thank you very much for the elder for the prayer this morning. Thank you very much for those who were there for the pipe ceremony. I guess we'll get into a little bit about what Cowsas Ventures does. So Cowsas Ventures is the economic development arm. We've been in renewable projects now for 20 years and lots of good stories to share. We'll get a little bit into that later on. Thank you.
Miigwech for the opportunity and thanks for the invitation. I want to also echo those comments and thanking Ivan Lonechild for leading that pipe ceremony this morning. I think it's important that we always lead with that spirituality and that connection, and I wanted to share a little bit of a story here as well. I'm originally from Curve Lake First Nation. I still live there today. I don't know why I always say I'm originally from there, but they haven't gotten rid of me yet. But I've served on leadership for a number of years as well as a councillor, but I'm here representing Can Do Energy, an Atkins Realis company where I serve as the manager of Indigenous engagement. And what we do is we build partnerships around the nuclear space and building relationships and try to have that conversation here in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in Ontario, in New Brunswick, all over Canada and internationally. But how can we build that First Nations relationship not only with the treaty partner here in Canada, but also look to the international opportunities as well to unlock that opportunity for all First Nations people. So it was very nice to circle it all back and be reminded of when the pipe ceremony was brought back to Curve Lake First Nation only recently after it had disappeared from our community for many years, and we were able to return that ceremony to our community and to again breathe into that good intent again today was very, very nice and a great way to start today. We've got a lot of things to talk about, but I'll stop there.
Thanks, guys. Okay, we'll get you warmed up with some easy questions before I start grilling you. So, kind of what inspired you to pursue a career in clean energy? What brought you here? What's your story?
So I'll start that off. So at George Gordon Developments, operating for 13 years, got a number of mining projects that are in our traditional territory. So we had a moment of realization about 6 years ago, looking with that 7 generations forward mindset, was that we need to get into green energy. There's only so many resources that we can extract from Mother Earth, and then sooner or later they'll dry up. So with that, we got into the solar space a little bit, involved in the Seven Nations wind project as well, which is a 200 megawatt. We own a 10 megawatt down by Estevan and also developing a 32 megawatt solar farm right now as we speak, just closing that up. But it's just kind of an organic path that I took to green energy. A lot of self-education that I had to take, a lot of big words that I had to ask questions about. And as we go into financing, into construction of a project, into kind of going into operations as well, it took a lot of self-education for myself to learn as I go. And happy to say that we're developing a few projects here now as we go. So.
For myself, I just had to do a quick, a little bit of math here. So I've been involved in Indigenous economic development now for coming up to 15 years. And so it's kind of happened organically. I think what really strived me or pushed me into this area is I think the teachings from my cookum and being able to apply those and try to pass those on to the next generations.
And for myself, when I started my career, I started supporting the 6 Mississauga Anishinaabeg chiefs in South Central Ontario in coming together politically from an economic development standpoint, on a consultation standpoint. There's a lot of development, a lot of big companies that are moving in and around Southern Ontario where our traditional and treaty territories are. Encroachment and lack of access to resources, lack of access to our traditional ways has always been the forefront for Curve Lake First Nation, but also for all of the Mississauga Anishinaabeg people. And I've seen bad proponents and bad relationships being soured. And so an opportunity to create space within nuclear to reset that conversation, both in Ontario, but in all of these territories, to demystify the process, to open the doors up and air out everything about nuclear, to bring our people in so that we can see ourselves as leaders in this new nuclear rollout that's happening across Canada. The door is open for First Nations people to take ownership there, to become partners, to become those voices of wisdom within the sector, and the opportunity to build that and to be a part of opening that door for our people was what drove me into this sector.
Awesome, thank you. You guys are so inspiring. Okay, so our panel description kind of emphasized Indigenous leadership and knowledge. So from your perspectives, what does that clean and inclusive electricity grid really look like, specifically through an Indigenous lens?
I'll take the lead first. It starts at inception. It's more about fostering that relationship from the onset of day one on inclusion of Indigenous participants. It's not so much about engagement where you're talking like that. It's more about collaboration where you're iterative and you're going back and forth throughout the process of projects. It's not just touch points, it's multiple engagement sessions and working together. I think for projects, it all starts in the land, and having some of these projects going on reserve-owned land or treaty land entitlement lands is crucial. And I think that being stewards of the land and fostering that relationship, we want to make sure that the land returns to how we had it before the project started. So always having that in mind.
I would say too, it's in the pre-development phase is the best time to engage with First Nation communities. I've seen when the pressure of projects and the pressure of technical requirements bear down on First Nation resources, and our technical capacity is not able to respond at that quote-unquote speed of business. But it's up to the businesses and for industry to get on the speed of First Nations and to arrive with intentions well before there's a project. What we want to do in nuclear is to show up and to build relationships based on the past, and looking to those jurisdictions that were not involved, that were not consulted, that were not engaged, and start to say, hello, it's time to build this relationship. I'm sorry that it's taken so long, but we've got to do it now if we're going to be able to move anything forward. And that's for any industry, if it's in renewables, if it's in nuclear, if it's in oil and gas, we have to show up as reasonable partners, and we have to show up at the time of First Nations.
kind of building off those topics, what are some things that industry and government can do to better engage with First Nations communities, encourage Indigenous participation, and respect Indigenous sovereignty?
Yeah, I'll start this one off. But just from our perspective, transparency is the biggest thing. Early engagement, like these two gentlemen said, is a big thing for us in that respect piece. Coming from an Indigenous nation, respect is one of the #1 things that we look for when we're strategically aligning ourselves with a partner or a project. There's been instances where the government hasn't engaged us on a project that's been coming through, and then come to George Gordon when the project's in the development phase, and we've straight up had to close the door. I think as organizations, it's important that we don't take disrespect, whether it's from a government, an organization, or a project that's coming through, and that's how we become full sovereign of our energy and of our resources. So that's one recommendation that I would give is early on and transparent, and also engagement in a meaningful way, giving us impactful responsibility to help in the development phase, to see how the construction is going to go on a project, and to actually give us some meaningful respect and decision-making power. So,
I would add too that consultation and engagement are not products of the boardroom. They're not going to be achieved in our boardrooms or in our meeting spaces or frankly at our conventions and conferences. They're made on the land, they're made in community and with the rights holders themselves. I think that these opportunities are great stepping stones, and a big thank you to FNPA for creating these spaces. But let's continue to take these conversations that were happening and bring them to the communities, bring them to the nations, bring them to the leaders locally, and make sure that everyone is a part of the decision-making process for any of these projects. It's so important that we make it a meaningful engagement and not an exercise in project management.
Everybody, we're all talking about engagement up here, and so I guess in continuing on that line, it's engagement with all of these entities. There's a lot of neat tools that are available now. We have Canadian Infrastructure Bank, you have investment tax credits, you have provincial and federal loan guarantees, you have financial institutions that have their own programs. You have unique financing opportunities, but everybody has their own agenda, and they're consulting with us and not engaging with us, because for us as the nation, as we try to finance some of these large-scale projects, the loan guarantee program, federal grants, provincial grants, they have their criteria, and we have to try to make sure that we are moving in the best interest of our nation. And right now, there's a lot of consultation, and we need more engagement on each of those departments so that we can make sure that we're financing projects that make the most sense for the nation.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, kind of like as we get going, I'm going to start talking too, so sorry guys, I'm stealing some mic time, but I think these guys really hit the nail on the head with the importance of fostering meaningful engagement, and that is so important because when you're engaging with nations, you really need to focus on building a meaningful relationship. It's not just a partnership. So something that we've seen quite often is that these large companies are coming in and it's just like kind of what Sean said, you're just checking a box in project management. Like, no, that's not how that works. In order to get a clean energy project to move forward and for it to be successful, you need to constantly focus on building that relationship. It's not just going to this nation one time saying, yep, we did our consultation, yep, move on, let's get this off the ground. No, you have to continuously go back to these nations, build relationships with them, be engaged with the community, go to the powwows, go to the round dances, everything like that, and really focus on that relationship. It's not just a partnership. So gentlemen, I think you really did a great job on speaking to that, and I want everyone in this room to really hear that. Industry, government, everybody hear it, respect it, and we really want to encourage Indigenous sovereignty and get them the benefits that they deserve when it comes to clean power projects. So kind of building on that, what opportunities do you see moving forward with collaboration between First Nations communities, industry, and government? What are kind of some projects that are going on? You can talk a bit about your own projects, and what do we see moving forward in the clean energy sector?
obviously I'm going to talk about nuclear energy. I think that's expected. And what I like to say is I go back to our friend Gary Rose and say big, small, we need them all. Small micro reactors, large base load power like CANDU, natural uranium, all of that good stuff, but no new nuclear will be built in Canada without the active participation and ownership of First Nations. It's not going to happen. We've heard that from leadership, we've heard it from industry, we've heard it from the government, and it's time for these large infrastructure power generation projects to show up, step up, and show the world and all of the other industries that we can do this right. Nuclear energy is a tremendous opportunity for First Nations to have access to ownership and equity into some of these mega projects, but also to see the different aspects of power generation. So going into distribution, going into the utility side, it's all an ecosystem of electricity, and First Nations have opportunities at every single juncture in that cycle. And I know a lot of the projects that you're working on touch on all of this as well, and that's what we have to do, is look at the entire picture of the clean energy revolution and what is happening to create the opportunity that's right for your First Nation. It may not be in nuclear, and that's okay, but it may be in distribution. It may not be in large nuclear, it may be in small. We have to find what works right for your nation, and you have to be able to pursue those opportunities with support from the provincial, federal governments, and industry.
Having that collaboration with nations. I think, like I said, I'm 15 years in Indigenous economic development, and I think for the first part of that, there was not too much collaboration. Now we're actively involved in 3 large-scale projects with other nations. So one of them is with George Gordon First Nation. We're building a 200-megawatt wind project that was announced last summer in Saskatchewan, southern Saskatchewan. So we have a partnership with George Gordon First Nation, Kaktuishtahoe First Nation, Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, Cowes First Nation, Pasqua First Nation, and White Bear First Nation. So yeah, that's just one of 3 that we're actively involved in. I see that as we build these relationships, a lot of the nations are starting to work together and take this on for future projects, and it's only going to be continuing from there. I think that we're always open for business at Cowes Ventures and partnering with other communities, and it all starts with that partnership and then understanding that the developers and when projects come into Saskatchewan and Treaty 4, that they understand that we do have these relationships with other nations, and we're always open for working together.
Yep, sure. I think it's a unique time as well. Just to echo on those first 2 comments, there's a lot of offerings from government and organizations right now in regards to financing and grants. I think as an Indigenous nation, I can just encourage you to take full ownership of that. Put the applications in. We recently got $33 million for development of our Wassitawak Solar. So the government's had some early engagement with that. They've been really great. Mentioning CIB, we've also been working with them as well. So I think just taking full ownership of that and full responsibility of that opportunity. The opportunities out there for every First Nation is just a matter of going and hunting it down and actually following it to fruition. So.
Awesome. Okay, now I kind of want you to switch gears a little bit and talk a bit more about economic reconciliation. So kind of how do you see that intersection between clean energy development and the broader goals of Indigenous self-determination and economic reconciliation?
Put on my counselor hat for a minute.
Here we go.
No, I think that there's tremendous opportunities, right? We've talked about it, we've talked about the opportunities that are coming, but there's also an opportunity for the reorganization of how we look at our governance structures. And through that, creating an opportunity where investment and entrepreneurship is encouraged in our communities from a functional way of how our governments work. Creating those economic development corporations, we're seeing how well they can work in these territories. And going back to Ontario, wanting to build those things as well. I know our First Nation has been being very, taking our time in creating our economic development corporations. We're taking the steps to make sure that we're including our community as we move forward, because we know that the opportunities are there. The opportunities are in nuclear, the opportunities are in solar, the opportunities are in battery, the opportunities are in LNG and all of natural gas and all of the fun stuff that's there. But we have to have the structures in place. We have to have that we have to have the apparatus for economic reconciliation to happen in our nations. And we have to be ready for those changes because they are big changes in a lot of the ways. And we have to make sure that our members and that our citizens are empowered throughout the process to ask questions, to criticize leadership, and challenge them every step of the way to make sure that the decisions that are being made of leaderships are the decisions that the citizens want.
Yeah, to echo on that, that's one of our pillars of GGDL is actually, so our main shareholders and our 4,000 band members. So we have an open door policy, and at the ultimate end of the day, we work for those 4,000 band members. If the decision that I'm not making isn't for the benefit of the nation and for our 4,000 band members and kids to come and generations to come, then I want to hear about it. I think we really turned a new leaf in economic reconciliation about 6 years ago. At GGDL, we flipped the mindset from working with willing companies to driven. And the main thing that we saw difference between the two was willing companies where I should do this, and I probably should do it. And the driven companies make it a necessity. So a necessity for Indigenous engagement and inclusion, a necessity for Indigenous relationships and actually showing up to the events, and a necessity to give them actually meaningful changing power. So whether that be a board seat, a contract operational seat, just kind of cycling which way those contracts will go. A lot of us have different partners in the construction space, in the service space, whatnot, and I want every benefit of the supply chain through a project. And that's helped us with economic reconciliation. At the end of the day, we give a dividend back to our nation. So every dollar that's made with that is 50% of our net profits go to George Gordon First Nation, and they're to do with it as they will, and that's why we do what we do. So.
I really don't have too much to add on that. I think everything I was going to say, you guys are just taking the words right out of my mouth. But when it comes to economic reconciliation, is just making sure that we are continuing to build and leave our economic development corps to the nation better for the next generation. So that's carve out our where we're trying to build towards, and making sure that our economic development corps are sustaining for the future.
Yeah, that's really exciting to see that we're really starting to get somewhere with economic reconciliation, like giving 50% back to the nation. Like, that's fabulous. And we're seeing a lot of progress, but there's also still a very long ways to go with that. And we want to continuously working on those policies between like industry, government, and First Nations communities to really drive that economic reconciliation to get it where we need it to be. So, challenges. What are some challenges that you guys have seen with trying to advance clean energy initiatives within communities?
I guess the first challenge that we saw was just the education piece. There's your traditional ways of energy, so your oil and gas and mining, which we kind of cut our teeth in at George Gordon. And as we make this transition into green energy and having sustainable energy sources, it was the education piece, not just for our development corp, but also for our members as well. You'll see solar panels on the highway when you drive by it, but what do they actually do? How's the power generation? I know small nuclear reactors are coming into Saskatchewan as well, and we've done a little bit of education on that piece, but whenever a member of ours hears nuclear from George Gordon, they think of Chernobyl or a big nuclear kind of accident like that. So it's just the education piece, and also the capacity building, going to forums like this and learning from other people, sitting around a table of educated people who have been in the clean energy space for decades, and just sitting there and listening and being a sponge to soak up all we can. So.
Challenges. There's a number of challenges, but also there's a number of opportunities. So I talked a little bit about the financing challenges, is that we have to jump through different hoops to make sure that we're having the best economic outcome for our projects. So that's one challenge. Capacity. Josh kind of talked a little bit about capacity building, where we really rely on great events like this and the advocacy of FNPA. So making sure that our voices are being heard. And so there's a challenge there, and then fostering that collaboration. Partnerships is picking the right partner. That's also a challenge, and sometimes you have to walk away from some partnerships. Development on these large-scale projects, you got to make sure that you have the end in mind. Thankfully, I think that us at Kausas Ventures, we have really great partners. I see some in the room here, so I give a shout out to Elemental as we execute one project, and we're also looking over what's the next project that we're going to try to go after together. So picking great partners.
Awesome. Okay. With those advancements, looking ahead 5 to 10 years, what do you see for the clean energy industry? What do you want to see? What are some things you don't want to see? What do you see in the future for this?
For me, a lot of people during COVID, during the lockdown, a lot of people gained weight. Some people started new businesses. Some people made fancy renovations to their houses. Me, I had a daughter. And so she's 4 years old right now. And so with some of these projects that we're involved in, she's going to be older than me when we're decommissioning them. So very thinking of that long-term growth. And so what I would like to see within the next 5 to 10 years is that we as nations are not partnering with external companies, and we're doing it by ourselves and partnering with other nations rather than other developers. So that's something that I would like to see in the next 5 years, and I think we'll get there before then.
For myself, in the next 5 to 10 years, I want to see First Nations owning large-scale nuclear assets in Canada. That ownership, it belongs there. And, I'm driven to see that happens in the next 5 to 10 years. It has to happen, and we need it so bad.
Yeah, to echo those, I think ownership was the biggest pillar for us. Whenever we get a potential partner or a potential project that comes into George Gordon, the first thing we always say is you're working yourselves out of a job. So we be transparent right from the beginning, and I mean that in regards to the equity ownership. If it's a 51-49 or a portion of the project that we own, then we always aim to own 100% of it. So buy off a little equity as we go, but the ownership piece is big. I'd like to see us sell directly to an end user if possible. I know in Saskatchewan there's that SAS power piece that we have to work through, but the privatization of power and energy in Saskatchewan would be a big one for me for the next 5 to 10 years. Owning these assets and actually selling it to an end user directly and making those profits. So
those are some good answers. Make sure you write those down. So what are some advice that you would want to give to a young Indigenous individual that's looking to enter this industry? Sorry, I got that idea from Jake talking about your daughter. So what is some advice you would give her if she wanted to enter the clean energy industry?
Ask a lot of questions, and always assume that you're in a room full of people that are smarter than you, and try to build onto the knowledge that's there. Just talking about the wealth of knowledge in this room. I see a couple of my mentors here, so it's always good, and having those touch points and checking in with them, and then also having the humbleness to ask for advice when needed as well.
I would also say that don't be afraid to make a jump into an industry or into a career that you're not 100% familiar with. I had an interest in nuclear power. I had an interest in clean energy, but my real interest was in First Nations sovereignty and First Nations economic independence from the Crown. And I see this as an opportunity for all First Nations people to jump in. And I've had to learn quite a bit on the fly, but that's okay. Every Anishinaabe First Nation person that I've met who've made these jumps, they make that connection, they find those things that they're driven to, that they want to bring to their community, take the jump into it. That's what I would encourage anyone to do, is if you have an inkling that this is something you're interested in, go for it. I think the world is full of opportunities, and right now is a perfect time for young Anishinaabe and Indigenous people to jump into this industry, be it in their economic development corporations at home, in big companies like Can-Do Energy, in the mining, in the oil and gas, wherever you are. Show that leadership and bring that back to your community.
Took the words right out of my mouth, so that's what I would echo. I'd say jump right into it and be confident. When you walk into a room, hold your head high. There's a lot of skills that we have as Indigenous people growing up on the reserve or in your community that you can't put on paper or resume. For instance, we have a few projects that we're going through in engineering firm, but I know from my mushroom that's historically a wet spot where we're trying to build a solar farm or a wind turbine. Historically, in a wet season, that's flooded, so maybe we might need a couple more piles, or maybe that's not the spot. So I'd say be confident in your abilities and your education, your traditional education that you had growing up. You might not know it, but from your mushrooms and cookums, they've been teaching you things since you were a little one. So I'd say be confident and jump right in. So.
Awesome. I'm giving my 2 cents here too. So I'm pretty new to the industry. So what I would say is fake it till you make it. I came into this industry not really knowing very much about clean industry. I have a computer science degree, so that has absolutely nothing to do with solar plants, wind farms, or nuclear power plants. And through this past year, it really required to ask a lot of questions. Like Guy can probably confirm, I was knocking on his office door about every 5 minutes asking a question about something. So you have to ask questions, you have to pursue self-education, and sometimes that requires watching a lot of YouTube videos, reading books, things like that, and faking it till you make it. I was kind of forced to speak on a lot of topics that I didn't know a whole lot about when I first entered the industry, so I kind of had to just pretend, smile, and BS my way through it, and that kind of is what it requires a lot of the time, and I'm sure you guys understand what I'm talking about. So yeah, it does require you to fake it sometimes, and that's okay. Eventually you're going to become an expert in the field and climb your way through the ladder. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that topic. So I'm trying to get us back on time, so I'm going to kind of zoom through the rest of this. So this is going to be my last question for you guys before I open it up to audience questions. What advice would you give? Oh, I already asked that question. Oh my gosh, sorry. Actually, we covered them all. So, open it up to the floor. Any audience questions? Yes, Theron, ask away. Oh, I'm gonna get you a mic.
Thank you. I guess just from the whole youth panel thing, I'm just curious to know how old you guys all are.
I'm 34.
33.
26.
I'm 22.
No, it's true. Don't let the gray hair fool you.
He's stressed out. He's got a lot of work going on, so I get it. Any other questions?
Make sure they keep coming from one side of the room to the other, eh? That'd be pretty good.
I'm getting my steps in today.
Hi there, I'm Scott Jansen. I'm an electrical engineer representing a bunch of First Nations in British Columbia. Just a question for all you guys about community energy plans. What do you think about funding from government for community energy plans, and then having utilities honor those community energy plans because they're driven by community and built by community?
Yeah, I support it. It was actually funny that you brought that up. We're in the midst right now of developing our community energy plan, and it's going to be our North Star as we talk about developments and future developments. Josh kind of alluded to it earlier about we're just representatives of the community. So the nation, there's our shareholders, our representatives, our members, that's what we have to really include. And so when we're doing our community planning, that's when their voice is taken into action, and that's our North Star as we're talking about future developments.
Yeah, wait till I go all the way over there. Yeah, great idea.
Hi, David Pelche, First Nations Veterans Association. I'm a cultural person, and I have cultural traditional beliefs. I live day by day by those beliefs. And how would you indoctrinate cultural and traditional beliefs into a mega society that almost steps away from the cultural idea of life?
Miigwech for the question, and I'd say that in response to that, as First Nations people involved in these, is if that's what we're feeling, we need to step into who we are and step into our history and step into our connections and culture. I think today was a good example of wanting to start that way. Yes, we're talking about clean energy, we're talking about this, but underneath all of that technical stuff, what we're talking about is who we are as Anishinaabe people. How do we integrate our history and our past and our futures into right now? And I think we lean into who we are. You know, we have done so good in hanging on to these things that now we're able to share that with nations and nations and nations, and to hear about the I believe it was you that were talking about wanting to do projects with the nations themselves and wanting to lead that together rather than relying on outside and external forces or industries, but to be the leaders themselves and to really lean into who we are, so that these big projects, if they need to be done, they're led and they have all of that history and all of that connection with them. We make them so that they fit with what we need them to do, rather than let what is being done change who we are. That's what I would say. That's what I live with.
Yeah, I would say putting the First Nation in the driver's seat, being mindful of every decision, come from a cultural background as well in my family. And then the one thing that I can note is it's taken a little bit longer for a project to develop. Sometimes we get so caught up at the speed of business, but I need to sit our team back and make sure that we're being mindful of the cultural connection and who we are as Indigenous people. Sometimes it may take a little bit longer to break ground on a wind farm or a solar project, because there's certain things that we need to do in order to get the pass and the respect of the community. So being mindful of that, and then the ones who came before us. So,
yeah, from our perspective on projects is just like today, it starts with that ceremony. So on a few of our projects, we started off with a ceremony. We've had a sweat. So I see our legal representative, Malcolm, is in the room. Malcolm came out and had a sweat with us and our partners. And then as well as, we call it Causa-sizing it. And so we'll rebrand and rename a lot of things. So our Wasis project is a Cree word. Our Becker-Var Yoten project has a Cree meaning to it as well. So just really Causa-sizing and indigenizing our projects.
Bonjour. Botanical Indigenous Cause, Moose and Dutem, Nisachman Anishinaabe Nation and Dunji. My name is Fabian Blackhawk. I'm one of the band council members from my community back in Kenora, Ontario, well, about 15 minutes north. I was just making some notes here, and I just want to commend the panel. I also wanted to acknowledge all the sacred items and the prayers and the drums and the songs that were here this morning that I missed out on. But had a little bit of business to do this morning, but I'm really taking a lot out of this panel. I really want to commend the age range here. You guys speak so well and eloquent, and I just want to commend you guys for a lot of the work that you guys have been doing over the course of time, and obviously acknowledge the young lady here. She's, if you're saying your age right, probably a year or two older than my daughter. I started early, but just wanted to commend you guys. I was listening to some of the comments that were made around like trying to incorporate traditional history, culture, practices. I have a question in regards to trying to harmonize like the Western culture with the traditional sides, and how could you guys try to look at implementing and harmonizing our own laws, our Anishinaabe Aki, like you see it with child welfare, you're going to see it a lot with like the resource law. Manitowoc, you're not going to get one. So I'm just trying to figure out how would you guys look at trying to incorporate this piece, not only with government, but like within the corporate side of things. Miigwech.
Mind if I take a run on this first? Miigwech for that. Miigwech and Denaway Maganaduk. I think it's good that we look to the ways that our leadership are functioning. So I'll give an example. Curve Lake First Nation, back in 2017, we moved forward with a consultation law that the First Nation was going to apply to industry and proponents in response to the different duty to consult things that were happening, the different developments in the community, the developments within our traditional territory. And we created a process for industry to, if they want to achieve that consultation and that piece, we set the terms of what that was. And so we put that out there, and you can actually look it up. It needs a little bit of a refresh, I'll give you that, and that's on me. But that consultation accord, and it involves where we bring in our elders, where we bring in our knowledge keepers, where we bring in our community members in order to advise on major projects within our traditional territory, how we're able to build that into what our expectations are rather than the requirements of industry. So I would encourage First Nations to look at those policies and procedures and cow assess them, or what we say, make them a bit more Curve Lake. But you can do that, and you can say that these are requirements that we want to do, and I encourage the First Nations to do that, because we're in this time when there's so much expectation on First Nations that we need to be saying, hold on, like, this is crazy. Like, you know, we've got to be able to put something out there that says, this is what we expect you to do. And if you want to create this, you know, this positive impression of reconciliation and moving forward in consultation, it must be in collaboration with the First Nation and subject to the wishes of the First Nation. So, but thank you for that question. It's a good one. Miigwech.
Anse, nidoma kisanap yuyuten nida the wind the peak. My name is Gisanap Yuyut, and I'm from the Montreal Lake Cree Nation in Saskatchewan. I'm with the LEAP Group, and we're partnered with the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources. My question to the panel is, you're talking about the youth and our next generation. So my question is, what does our youth and the next generation, what barriers do they have to overcome on their pathways to energy sovereignty?
From our perspective, I think, well, there's lots of opportunity. I'm going to talk about the opportunity, not necessarily a barrier, but the opportunities that we've done with a few of our projects is that educational piece. And so bringing our partners and bringing our developers and bringing everybody that's involved in our project to the school, to our elementary school, and showing them how these projects are made and making it fun and engaging, and then having those touch points when they're going through their, going into high school, making sure that those opportunities for participating on the project, whether you're coming for a tour, so we have tours for our projects nonstop, and then as well as the employment opportunity to be involved in working on the project for those who have those skills and ability. And then there's career opportunities within our Economic Development Corps to make sure that they're shaping the next project.
Yeah, I'd say a barrier for me, definitely growing up and going through it, was representation, is seeing those Indigenous leaders in those spots and believing that you can do it. I think confidence is a big thing with our Indigenous people, and especially the youth. So I think one thing I can say to that is believing that you can do it, and believing that you're just as good as anybody else in the room. I think that's a respect thing to have between colleagues and each other at the table. So for our youth, I definitely believe that they need that respect and that opportunity as well.
I'd say, just to quickly add on, one of the other barriers is just not knowing what's there. And I think any opportunity that we have, I think as leaders and as people that care about our communities, is to say these are the different things that are happening, and to go and see them. Go be a part of them, go and look at what's going on there. I know we have had a number of opportunities to bring our nation, our members, into power plants, into developments, and when they see the thing, it's rather than what they maybe hear in news or in media, but they go and see what it is, whether it's the solar farm and they see how it works, or they go and see the plant and how that works, or they go and see the windmills and how this works, and they see the hydro dams and all of this sort of thing. I think not knowing what there is there and what needs to be learned more about, I think is a big barrier as well. So anytime you can break that down is a good thing.
Hi. Took me 10 minutes to wave at this lady here, too fast. Anyways, my name is Sonny McGinnis, my Indian name, Oshawshka. My clan is the Black Bear. I'm from Treaty 3, I'm a Ojibwe. I'm also Sioux. My Indian name is Rolling Thunder, and I'm of the horse people from that area. Grandma, Grandpa were both, they married us both. Actually, at a war party, come from Rainy River, Manitou Rapids. Zibi and Anishinaabe were also known as the River People. We were there 5 days after Custer took it, south of us here. So, but we were part of that in a lot of communities, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, were part of that defense. 7 generations was born from that. We all know that. Anyways, just in terms of what you were saying, I work at Anishinaabe Kabneyan Gashing. We're on Lake of the Woods. I used to be at Rainy River First Nation. We also have a 25 megawatt project that we're probably year 11. It's probably all paid for by now. $170 million 10 years ago. So a little bit aware of industrial partnerships and joint ventures. One of the things I think that's needed when you talked about transparency was actually uplifting the competency and the knowledge level, the learning level of our community members. They have to be involved with some of these intrinsic discussions that go on, not only with industry, but with Canada. We found at home when we involved them and they got to listen, then we'd break, we'd say, we're gonna adjourn for 20 minutes, we'd explain things. And then they understood the reason for our arguments, for our positions. And I think that's something we all have to do collectively. We have to improve our communication. You know, the information, all this wisdom that's at this table doesn't get back to us in Ontario. All the wisdom, the direction that the AFN talks about at these national meetings doesn't get back to the communities. You know, they don't know a lot of the risks that's being dealt with by political leaders. The other thing is looking at models, financial models that ensure accountability to the community. Yeah, they look good at home, these policies, but they're never executed. They're never enforced. We've got to take it further, not just for ourselves, but for the ones that are coming behind us. I think we have to look at joint ventures in terms of what they say as far as profit margins, profit share. But the thing I've seen with my experience is how First Nations got jammed with service agreements, that all of a sudden these industrial proponents added to the joint venture. And all of a sudden 3%, 4%, 5% went down to 0.5%. It's this education that needs to happen. And I'd really encourage you guys, you young men as business leaders, to promote that learning amongst all First Nations, because I've seen too many people get burned by these industrial proponents that practice like that. So that's my comments, but the biggest thing is communication. All this stuff is good, but nobody knows what's going on at home, and you live on reserve just like I do, you know? So those are mine, and if you'd like to respond, miigwech.
Miigwech for that. I think that you've raised some very amazing points, and one of them is about that financial literacy and looking at how those models are. I think that a lot of the times when we hear just sort of the top level of what it is, but we don't expect that when we bring a new policy towards our members. And I'm talking about my First Nation. I don't just throw a policy in front of the members and say, this is the policy that's going to do this. My members expect me to go line by line through each policy or agreement that we're going through, and we should be doing the same thing with our financial agreements, and I totally agree with that. And part of that is creating the education for an understanding of how those projections and models are developed, so that the members, when they see them, they know exactly what they're looking for. They don't have that barrier put in front of them of this, financial mumbo jumbo that exists there, and just that maybe it's a counselor or maybe it's somebody from their ActDev Corp saying, this is a good deal, this is a good deal. We need to put the education in front of the members as well, so that everyone can see the full spectrum of what the what the project is going to be. And I think anytime we can break down that barrier, because it breaks down a silo of different aspects of community development. We want our members to be excited about the future. And the best way to be excited is to be understanding of it. So I thank you so much for that, and I really appreciate that thought.
Okay, thanks guys. Guy's been trying to get me to wrap up for like 10 minutes now, but I really want to get 3 more questions in, so let's make this quick.
Thank you. I'll try and make it quick. Nakumik Uluku Tilanasi. My name's Lynn Coos. I'm with the Pembina Institute. As we know, the premiers met this week, and there's a lot of enthusiasm coming out of that meeting, a lot of talk about Indigenous partnerships having to be included in projects moving forward. And so I'm wondering, I think it was Josh, you said you're looking for driven partners, not just willing ones. I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the general perception that we hear about Indigenous partnerships adding more time and adding more money, and that coming across as an inconvenience from partners. I'd be curious to hear any of your thoughts, experiences, or stories related to that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a tough question there. But just our comments, especially for our traditional territory, we've had some projects come through. The government encourage it. They encourage the Indigenous inclusion, and some companies look at it as an inconvenience. A lot of the times, if you're a First Nation partner slowing down a project or whatnot, you're not going to be the most popular person. But at the end of the day, that's a respect that needs to be given to us. So for us in our mindset, at the end of the day, I don't care if I'm an inconvenience to my non-Indigenous partner or to the government or organization that's coming through. I'm going to do what's right, even though sometimes it's not popular, but that's why you're put in this position. So when you're at those tables having those tough conversations, I think it's important to remember the 4,000 stakeholders at home, and sometimes that's a matter of saying no. Even though maybe the finances look great and then the dividends will pay off, but maybe it doesn't respect my nation and my people. I'm put here, first of all, to do business for George Gordon and make a profit, but I'm also here to benefit the socioeconomic of our people. So sometimes it's a fit and sometimes it's not, and it's just a matter of what's best for you and fits your pillars. So.
Hello, my name is Brandon Wilson. I'm a Cree filmmaker from Fort McKay First Nation up north. We've heard a lot about communication and ensuring that stakeholders are communicating with communities. How do you ensure proper communication between communities that may lack business acumen in a colonial sense and the needs of the industry that's trying to come in? And then what role does storytelling or translation play in making sure that consultation is equitable rather than exploitive?
You got to meet people where they're at. Like, I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the project is. It doesn't matter what it is. It needs to be on the First Nation level, and First Nation need to understand it. So if it's storytelling, if it's translation, if it's, I go back to an earlier comment, you're not going to be able to communicate unless you're there. That person-to-person communication is so vital to how we operate. I know that when a proponent comes to Curve Lake First Nation, I'm going to inherently understand what the project is when I am face-to-face with the person, rather than I could write the best email ever. And frankly, I'm not very good at it, so it's better if I'm in person. But that person-to-person communication is how we operate as Anishinaabe. We don't operate, I always remember my chief, Keith Knott, he said, we don't do this. This isn't how we do business. We do business in person. And I think that that's really, really important, because then our storytelling comes out, then our humor comes out. And God, we're funny people, right? Like, we look really serious, but we're pretty funny, right? And that has to come out in how we do business. It's so key to our communication is to be, make a joke, to tease each other and all of this. That part of our identity is really important, and it's really important to how we do business. So I think anywhere where we can do that, that's a great suggestion. It's how we build that communication.
Ani Bojo, Hello, my name is Clarence from the Chippewas of Nehwaushun First Nation. Forgive my earlier question. I was just trying to joke with my friend up there that's on the panel. But in all seriousness, the question I have for you now is, many people in our communities are fearful of working with Western society, Western industries, out of a fear of becoming assimilated by industry, by Western society. And so my question to you today is, do you believe it is possible to assimilate both Western members of Western society as well as Western technology and corporations into the way Indigenous people do things? And if so, how?
I think there is. It's a little bit of a process, and of course incorporating that. But where there's a will, there's a way. First of all, you need a driven partner that's going to be there and work with you, or an organization or a government. So you need somebody that's going to work with you and that's open to that. A lot of the times it's a different way of doing business, but it's a respectful way, and it's going to take a little bit of time and education. But I definitely think there's a way, and I think it has to be done. If green energy and energy is going to move forward, I think Indigenous people are the forerunners of that, and then we need to be at the decision-making table. So it needs to happen.
Miigwech for that question, and maybe we don't have every answer to that, but what a wonderful challenge for all of us that are industry facing or in our economic development corporations, is to actually undertake this work. And I think that that's a great challenge to give each other, and it's a great takeaway from why meetings like this are important, is how can we flip that around and to let the First Nations lead those developments. I think it's great. Miigwech, Theron.
That's enough questions now.
Yeah, where's the big hook?
Okay, thanks, guys. You guys did so great. Thank you so much. You are now free to leave.
Thank you. You can follow me on LinkedIn.
All right, awesome discussion. We're going to give some awards at this time. Guy, come on up.
Okay, I'm co-presenting though, aren't I? Michaela? Are you, okay, all right. Well, give those people a round of applause, those wise future elders. And I couldn't be prouder to see that knowledge transfer happen with so many young people in our community. The media wanted to speak with one or all three of them, and so that was the only reason why I was trying to rush them a little bit before they have their media day cut off. But at this time, I really do want to bring to the stage a young gentleman that is so deserving in the work that he has been doing for George Gordon Developments Limited. And without further ado, we want to ask Mr. Josh Montana to come to the floor, sorry. And on behalf of, is Elena coming up or just us? We're doing this one? I think it's just me, okay. As one of our recipients, Community Leadership in Energy Award, we'd like to present you, Josh, with a scholarship for 2 years, sponsored by Suncor, the University of Saskatchewan, a 2-year scholarship for a Master's of Energy Security. I think it's worth over $25,000 or so, so thank you very much for all the work that you do, and congratulations on this award. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Awesome. So well spoken, and I've known his mother for many, many years. She's raised a fine young man, and any of these 4 people could be the CEO of FNPA today, right? Today. So thank you very much for your contributions and your strong leadership. It is simply amazing. Okay, back to you, Hal.
C.S. Gas, thank you, Guy. Hey, we got a special presentation here from this young man, Mr. Winnipeg. He is with the Calgary Indigenous STEM Association, and we'd like to welcome him up.
Okay, how are you guys? I know it's right before lunch and everybody's excited to go. I'm just joking. So today I wanted to talk about the CISA and the Pathways program out of the University of Calgary. These are just some really cool engagement things that I wanted to talk about. You know, I was listening to what was being said up here. They're talking about the youth. They're talking about communications and like trying to get communities involved. And what if I told you that the University of Calgary is doing an excellent job in that, and that I just wanted to talk a bit about that. And so really the first thing that, that I wanted to talk about was CISA. So CISA is the Calgary Indigenous STEAM Students Association. I think that's the acronym. It's pretty close if it isn't. And so what we do is we connect with the outside community, and then we connect internally as a group to say as a unit, and then as well as we provide advancement for other things. And things that we've done so far this year at the University of Calgary with students are we have research opportunities. Right now, 6 Indigenous engineering students are going through, with the City of Calgary, energy equity, an energy equity project, and 3 other students are mapping northern Indigenous communities through water infrastructure. And so these are some things that Indigenous engineering students are doing. And so really, I think the most interesting thing about all of this, and I could talk a lot about everything we're doing, because we're doing some really cool stuff. Right now, if you can imagine how many Indigenous engineering students are at the University of Calgary, what if I told you that there are 36 Indigenous engineering students in the first 3 years, and in this upcoming year, there'll be 15 more. And that's just a part of the Pathways program that the University of Calgary is really leaning into. And Brad is here, and he'll talk later on today, and give a shout out to the Pathways program when you can. And so, you know, if you imagine that, I'm in the Pathways program. I'm from Siksika Nation. I was born in Calgary, raised on Siksika. I was a dirty-faced res kid, and now I'm in civil engineering, and I'm trying to figure out where I went wrong. And we have other people in that table. If you guys want to do a quick wave. They're pretty shy. And they're Métis. Tyrell is from the Blood Reserve, Gaina. And these are some really, like this is a homegrown, like we're tackling an issue that you guys have already talked about, this youth symposium. And I think it's really beautiful that we have this amount of students now moving into engineering, and they're going through it. We're working as a team. We're a unit, and that's really the most beautiful thing about it. And that's what CISA is as well. CISA is outside of the Pathways program, but it's the student club attached to the Pathways. And so all of the Pathways students, all of the Indigenous engineering students are also in CISA. And we're doing things like community outreach, like talking to kids, because for us, really the point of all of this, you know, it would be the saddest thing in the world if I went into the University of Calgary, got my PN, and started to work in the industry, but then never made it so that somebody follows behind me. And I think a big part of everything that we're excited about in the Pathways program with CISA is making sure that there's that next generation, getting out there, telling kids, like, you can do it. You know, I'm not an excellent student. I was never an excellent student, but I was able to work hard. And a big part of engineering is being able to dig down deep and do that. And so these are some things, and what I tell kids is that I have no skills that they can emulate. I'm not special. That some kid here on this res in any part of Treaty 7, 6, wherever, they can do it as well. And I'm excited. And if they do make it to the University of Calgary for engineering, I'll be there. We'll be there to support them. And so we're doing research. This year I have an internship with Introba Engineering. And we have other students who are also in internships this year. We'll have co-ops in the future. And so we're going through an exciting time. And I think that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. Let's just quickly, internships, six research pro, yeah. And so, you know, anybody here, in the community, we'd love to have somebody from your community here in the Pathways reach out to the kids, try to ask any of them who are decent at math or have a love for math or science. The University of Calgary will help them with upgrading, and that's what the Pathways program is. And so next year, I'd like to have some eagle tails and some big plumes up in the Pathways program. That'd be amazing. And so I think that's pretty much the end of what I wanted to talk about. And are there any questions before I go? Oh, there you go. I should also say that Mickey also here, and he's over there as well, and he's with us, and he's a great leader among the group, and we would really treasure him as being able to look out for others, and so. Okay, perfect. Oh, sorry. Oh.
I'm going to ask a question, so, okay. Tutoring, what about tutoring? Is there opportunities for Indigenous students to get tutoring should they need it?
So I could talk about the Pathways for an hour, and I had 15 minutes with questions, and so I didn't want to talk about everything. So the Pathways program, what it is, and maybe I should have been a little bit more clear about this, is any student could show up so long as they meet the minimum requirements. And so a lot of the students who show up first day are often from northern communities where they don't have access to Math 30 or to Physics 30. And so what a lot of our students, especially the northern students who are now in the Pathways program, they come in and they don't have one or two prerequisites. And so then the University of Calgary will pay for them to get those prerequisites. And then as well, the tutoring support is amazing. They're spending a small fortune tutoring us. And the best thing about that is one of the best tutors we had was an Indigenous student who was excellent at math, and I'll fully admit that he basically got an entire generation of Indigenous students out of calculus, and so I should say that we're extremely well supported, and I'll never be able to thank the University of Calgary enough for the amount of support they're providing. And so I just want to reiterate that if you have a student and maybe they've done most of the Physics 30, Bio 30, Math 30, 30-1, or they're willing to upgrade, then they can also get into the program through that means as well. And it's also not an easier program, by the way. It's the difference between jumping headfirst into a pool or wading into the pool. And so Pathways allows us to wade into engineering as opposed to head first. And so for a lot of students, especially Indigenous students, that's a big issue because I waded in and I still was like, how is this possible? How do people deal with calculus and thermodynamics and do all this other stuff? But the University of Calgary does this very well, and I'm very proud to represent it. Any other questions? Yeah? Okay. Perfect. Thank you guys so much, and have a nice day.
Aksogapi. Thank you, Mr. Winnipeg. So we are an hour behind our schedule. We're going to start our next panel at 1 o'clock right after lunch. And then this is our scheduled panel for the Generation in Action. So it's scheduled for 11:10. We're going to move that to 1. And then our panel of creating long-term economic and social benefits will be right after that. So lunch is ready, and there's a lot of vendors and a lot of different businesses you can check out in the market there in the fair area. So have a beautiful meal, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. The Ontario Minister of Energy, Stephen Lisi, wasn't available to attend, but he did provide a video and some remarks. So we'll look at that video right now.
It's an honor to be joining you to celebrate some of the important partnership we are doing together to build out our clean energy economy, to stand up for Canada at this critical time. But we know at the core of success as we build is we must do it in partnership. And I just want to profile a couple compelling examples to inform you of what our future state will look like, because we want to be doing more of this, more partnership, more collaboration together to build our country and to create value-added jobs here at home. First, I want to give a shout out to the 80 First Nation led and owned businesses that are in our supply chain that are very much literally scaling up to help us build, to help us supply, help us create the materials right here at home. I think about the net new hydroelectric expansion, the first of its kind in a decade, led by 2 First Nation communities themselves. Every single transmission line we've approved with Hydro One, for example, is a 50-50 equity partnership. We think about the massive investment in medical isotopes with the SON. Another example, working with Bruce Power, industry, First Nation, government are coming together to get this job done and to make life better for all of us. I think about the Wate line that's going to help displace diesel energy and get electricity continuously and reliably available to over 16 remote fly-in communities in the north of Ontario. They're making a difference, they're improving quality of life, they're helping to grow our economy. And I think that's the important message I want to share with you today. We want to see more of these investments done in partnership. We look forward to working with you to build out our future together.
All right, thank you there, Minister. Hey, we're going to do another award acknowledgement here. We'd like to ask Danielle Semenik to come on up and introduce our recipient of the Allyship Organization Award.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. Great to be back this year once again. I'm with Stonebridge Financial. We're based in Toronto. We're a lender across infrastructure, renewable projects across Canada. Just very quickly about us. Been around for 25 years. We're proud to say that we were the first lender to finance the first 100% owned power project by Indigenous community back in 2012. And since then, we've done over 24 projects with Indigenous owners, co-owners, and majority owners across wind, solar, hydro, and other projects. And we're nearly approaching, in the coming months, surpassing $1 billion in loans to Indigenous-owned infrastructure and other renewable projects. We're really proud that last year we were the recipient of the First Nations Power Authority Indigenous Allyship Award for an organization. And this year I have the pleasure of presenting the 2025 award to Everwind Fuels. And accepting on their behalf is Brendan Shard, who joins us here from Halifax.
All right, congratulations. We're going to get the Generation in Action panelists come on up, utilities and Indigenous participation in clean energy. So moderator Patrick Tomlinson, welcome you. And I'll get you to introduce our speakers as they come up.
If Glenn Pratt is here, it'd be great if he came up to the stage. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Tomlinson. It's a pleasure to moderate our next panel, which is called Generation in Action, Utilities and Indigenous Participation in Clean Energy. Before we get started, I'd just like to thank our host, the Tsuut'ina First Nation, for welcoming me onto their territory today. And I'd also like to extend my thanks to Guy Lonechild and the First Nations Power Authority for the invitation to participate. I'm delighted to be here. And if there are any bigwigs in the room who have private jets going to Edmonton later today, any extra seats, I'll take one. I'm from Toronto originally, but I fell off that bandwagon a long time ago. So my loyalties are firmly with Edmonton this year in the Stanley Cup. Thank you. Probably the best applause I'll get all day. So over the course of the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to hear from three really impressive people who, in some way or another, have all worked in the clean energy economy. And as we'll see, each of our guests have, in their own way, already accomplished quite a lot in their careers. And they've kindly agreed to share some of those experiences as well as some of the key learnings that they've collected along the way. I have some questions here that I'm going to try and get through, but I'd like to reserve time at the end for you, the audience, to join the discussion. So around 1:45, I'll transition to an open Q&A format. And then just to start, I'll quickly introduce myself and give a bit of opening remarks to frame the discussion. I work at BC Hydro, which is, for those of you in the room who don't know, it's a vertically integrated Crown electricity utility in the province of British Columbia. We run soup to nuts the entire electricity grid in the province of BC. So it's a very different model than certainly here and in other provinces. And we serve around 95% of the customers in British Columbia. Though over the last 15 or so years, I've worked coast to coast to coast, working alongside and at the table with First Nations. The last 3, I've been working for BC Hydro on files that they believe will maximally advance economic reconciliation with First Nations, because this is truly a top priority for the company. Just so happens that all of my recent work in the last 3 years has been to advance First Nations co-ownership, whether that be in generation or on transmission. So in 2023, I started working on a renewable generation procurement, which we call a call for power. And in the last year and a half, I've been quite involved in a negotiation of co-ownership with 14 First Nations, including hereditary chiefs, on a proposed 500 kilovolt transmission line in BC's northwest coast. Most recently, and following the Premier's announcement just a few weeks ago, I've been asked to rejoin the call for power to help them launch a second procurement. And if you're not familiar with the calls for power in British Columbia, they include what we call a First Nations economic participation model, which requires that First Nations own a minimum of 25% on every winning project in the procurement. And the results were announced in January for that first procurement, and I think it's fair to say it was quite successful. First Nations own 51% of 8 of the 10 projects, and on the 2 that they don't own 51%, they own close to 49. I think in total about $2.5 to $4 billion is going to transfer to those participating First Nations over the course of the life of those projects. So it's quite an impressive set of results. On the North Coast transmission line, I'm working on the financing side, and so to give you a sense of the complexity there, I've been meeting with about 24 actors over the course of 12 months to structure equity and debt on that deal. And that's a lot of actors, very commercially sensitive information, includes the federal government, provincial government, others. So I can personally attest to the coordination and all of the hard work and the challenges that go into making Indigenous co-ownership work. On the flip side, I can attest to the fact that the opportunities that are today available to First Nations are truly generational. So my advice to everybody here is to just go for it. None of these dynamics are lost on our three guests today. Each one has in their own way chosen to roll up their sleeves and get to work in support of economic development, perhaps in their communities or communities across the country, particularly in the clean energy sector. So it's my pleasure now to turn the focus over to them. And I'll come and sit down. To start, maybe I'll start with Glenn. And why don't we just start, give a short introduction of yourself, talk a little bit about sort of at a high level how your professional trajectory thus far connects with the topic of the panel. We'll get into some other stuff as the conversation rolls.
Well, thank you, Patrick, and good afternoon to everybody. And thank you for having me here today. I just want to acknowledge Ivan for lifting the pipe and recognize our elder for the prayer this morning. And thank Northern Cree for that beautiful song. It's always great to acknowledge our singers. So many times we borrow their music and they're not in the room. And so I really want to thank Guy and his team for having the singers here today. It really means a lot as a First Nations person to see our singers in the room. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge Guy, CEO Guy Lonechild, but also former Grand Chief Guy Lonechild for leading the FNPA to where it is today and where it started when we first were introduced to it. And it's come a long way. So congratulations to Chief Felix and the whole board and the organization for moving the agenda along and getting us one step closer, I guess, to energy sovereignty as nations across the country. And thank you to the chief for his opening comments and acknowledge many of the chiefs, the council members, some of the dignitaries, the minister, and many of the attendees today. So I guess for me, I just want to do a brief introduction. In 2004, I was elected chief of the George Gordon First Nation. And during that time, we had a power outage. And the power outage had a major impact on our community. We were without power for 6 to 8 hours during the cold winter. And we began to realize we had no emergency plan. When the power goes out, we have no backup power. We don't have a building that has a generator. And we realized we were caught without any power. And so we decided that out of safety for our community, that we would start to look at generating our own power. And so in 2004, we undertook a wind study and an energy study. And we found out that we used 0.5 megawatt of power as a nation with about 264 homes and all our administrative buildings. And so we realized we have to generate 0.5 megawatt if we're going to generate our own power. And we didn't know we were in the sun belt at the time. We didn't know we were in the wind belt. And so we realized that. And we started to say, okay, what does this look like in terms of ensuring that we're never relying on an outside force? And some of you Albertans will remember that last year, I believe it was, there was a real cold spell, and Alberta had to import power from Saskatchewan. And Saskatchewan was actually powering Alberta during that cold spell. And I thought even Alberta in this time and age is reliant on Saskatchewan power, actually, and maybe FNPA power nowadays, because that's what we do, we make power. And so our community looked at our comprehensive community-based planning and how do we add energy into our comprehensive community-based plan, because we kind of get this formula on what INAC figures as a plan. And so we decided that we wanted our own plan. We wanted to create a plan where energy could change the way we build our homes, could change the way we grow our food, and could change the way our elders are built for their energy. And so that's how we got into renewable energy and commercial scale projects, and we can talk a bit more about it, but I just wanted to give that introduction and that background, so thank you.
Fantastic, Glenn. Brad?
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Fear. I'm president of Juno Engineering. I started off just out of school as an electrical engineer in the industry about 25 years ago, and my first projects were in coal-fired thermal generating plants. The facility that I worked on has now been demolitioned. It was the Wabman power generating station on Wabman Lake. I've seen the energy transition to heavy oil, to gas, and now just completed a project which was battery energy storage in southern Alberta, which was tied to hydroelectric, about 20 megawatts. So it's been certainly a transition over the last 20 years in the industry. That's my background. Entering the industry, and within 15 to 20 years, I had an opportunity to purchase the company from the founder that I had been working for. So rolling up my sleeves, found some financing, and was able to take on that role as president and owner. And through that leadership position, opened doors to standards committees, the CSA, Canadian Electrical Code Committee, as well as the Alberta Safety Codes Council. So that's a bit of my background, and it's relevant for the discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Brad. Brendan?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and also a pleasure to be the recipient on behalf of Everwind Fuels of the Allyship Award. My background is in the energy industry for about 20 years. So I'm from Nova Scotia, which is part of Mi'kma'ki. And I spent about 10 years in energy trading and marketing, physical and financial, electricity, natural gas, analytics positions. And then I moved over to Nova Scotia Power, where I spent about 10 years working for the utility in Nova Scotia. And we were going through a major transition in Nova Scotia. In fact, we still are. In 2005, 80 to 90% of all of our electricity came from fossil fuels, most of it coal. And we all know the devastating impacts that climate change is having today and will continue to have until we solve the problem. And I got to witness the start of that transition. So Nova Scotia started building some wind. We started building a little bit of solar power. And we started to really recognize that not only will that help the planet, it can help the economy, and it can help the partners that we're developing all of these projects with. So when I left Nova Scotia Power, I had an opportunity to join Everwind Fuels, which is a green hydrogen production company. We're developing projects in Newfoundland and Labrador and in Nova Scotia. And we're very fortunate to have partnerships, equity partnerships with 3 of the Mi'kmaq communities in Nova Scotia. And it's been a tremendous privilege to work with the folks at Member 2, Bodledek, and Buttinkek. And the visionary aspects of their leadership and how they look at the natural earth, looking 7 generations forward, and how they can instill all of those principles in everything that we do when we're developing our projects. So we have about 650 megawatts of wind under development today, and that's for the first phase of our hydrogen production facility. And there's majority equity ownership in 2 of those wind farms from Member 2. And there's minority equity ownership in the production facility from a consortium of First Nations partners. So it's been a real privilege to work alongside those partners, and really looking forward to the discussion today.
Thanks, Brendan. Next question. So what struck me when I was reviewing all of your bios was how concrete the success has been in each of your cases. And so, you know, a reoccurring theme here is you get results, right? You get concrete results done. It's not like you sit on a committee and talk about a bunch of things. You actually move things forward in space, in time. So I'd be really interested to hear from each of you, sort of as you think back on various projects that you've willed into the world, that you've been successful in getting done. What does success look like? Like when you think about success from the perspective of concrete project building, what has that meant to you? So Brad, you know, you've worked in a very technical, engineering-focused company. That's your strong suit. What does it mean to build and maintain a company of that type? And why is it important that Indigenous companies with that technical engineering specialization, that they get hired on the projects?
Engineers are builders, and being part of many projects, as large and small, there's financial constraints, there's schedule constraints, and there's an economic driver that's driving these projects, and that needs to be clear amongst the project team when they're executing these projects. And so that's driven home in the work that we do day to day. We're accountable to project teams and clients and the developers in executing these projects and getting them online and on time and delivering the products and services that they were designed to do. I think the importance of having an Indigenous company with that background is to break through some of the stereotypes and misconceptions that were mentioned earlier in the last panel about Indigenous businesses being a detractor on projects. That doesn't have to be the case, and we've seen lots of successful individuals already on the stage today that are testimony and to the fact that competent companies and individuals with Indigenous backgrounds are in the industry and capable today of doing that work. And so, building on that success, it's important that the Indigenous businesses support young people in through mentorship programs. We heard from Doug Winnipeg and today on the Indigenous Pathways program, and I think one of the things that Juno has done since the ownership under my leadership is to invest in that type of development and that capacity building, because until our community has a driver's seat with the technical or financial or professional backgrounds needed to direct projects, then we're not really quite getting to like total inclusion. So those types of programs, like the Indigenous Pathways program at the UFC, are really important. And it's not a short-term fix. It's a generational or multi-generational investment in our community to develop these individuals. They'll go on to run their own businesses. They'll inspire others to follow their career path, and that will build capacity organically. And that's what I think is really important as we move forward.
Thank you. Glenn, you mentioned a moment ago that you were a visionary. You led the building of a very important energy project in your community. I think it's also important to say you did that at a time when you were a pioneer in what you did. It's not like today where almost every week you hear about a very impressive project happening on a First Nation community or led by First Nations. At your time, what you did was very pioneer. So what was success? How did you conceive of success, given that you didn't have all of these other examples out there? You were really breaking trail.
No, thank you for that. And for me, I guess it was about being a different leader and ensuring that our people were a part of the process and that we brought our values to the table, whether it be our treaty rights, our inherent rights, our culture, or whatever it would be, that we would move forward in sort of a self-determining way. And so that when we did the projects the way we wanted to do them. And we decided what the outcomes would be rather than letting a policy or a partner decide what the outcomes would be. We decided this is how we would do things. And we decided we would move forward with our whole community. And so it began with a plan. And the plan was ran by the whole community. And we created George Gordon Developments for that purpose. And I'm proud to say I founded the company, and my signature's on the founding document. And the founding document really talks about that it had to be vetted through our people. And our people live in Regina, Saskatoon, Gordons, and throughout, all over the place. But we went to those three communities to develop this plan. And once we included the community in the plan, it no longer was our plan, it was all of our plan. And so we had support for this plan, and we had momentum. And in that plan, it came down to priorities. And one of the priorities was to really take the environmental responsibility we have seriously. And so sometimes you derive opportunity by trying to protect your environment, by trying to make sure you have clean drinking water and things like that. And opportunities come out of it because of it. And so I think one of the keys to success was community support, community driven, having a good solid plan, and basing it on some of the due diligence that was needed to get that plan in order. And we based it on sort of our strengths, and we come from what's called the potash belt, the grain belt, the livestock belt, the sun belt, the wind belt, and I like to call it the Indian belt because we work together. And we sort of took a look at what was happening regionally. And what we were really impressed with was a company called Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority. Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority was one of the only companies that had all First Nations as shareholders. So I think it's still the largest First Nation shareholder company in North America, right? And from there we derived the First Nations Bank of Canada became owned by the chiefs and councils of Saskatchewan. And so we saw collaboration as a key, that we would have this large collaboration of First Nations all supporting one company, First Nations all trying to do this. And we tried it as a tribal council, but we couldn't get it going as a tribal council because people had a tough time supporting it at that level. And so having it at the regional level. And so we decided that when FNPA came out with a bid to offer communities the opportunity to bid on a 10 megawatt farm, we decided we wanted to bid. And we had that mandate already because it was in our strategic plan. And so we had our comprehensive community plan, and in there is the economic plan. And that economic plan also had renewable energy in it. And so we approached Chief Michael Starr of the Star Blanket Cree Nation and a former employee, Linda Bigknife, and I want to honor her today because she was a key partner when we developed our project with the Star Blanket Cree Nation. They had a company called Red Dog Holdings, and they still do, and we're still partners. And Red Dog Holdings and George Gordon Developments decided that in order to win a bid and be strategic on how we're going to win the bid, that we should work together, that we should collaborate, that two communities from different areas but still a part of Treaty 4 would jointly bid together and show that we can work together. And I think we were the only collaborative bid in the whole process. And I think that's part of why we won, because we were willing to share. And one of the criticisms, and I know I'm getting long-winded, was that we were a big nation, 4,000. They were a smaller nation, 500. And we said at the end of the day, we're equal because we put in the same, we get the same. It doesn't matter our size. It matters how much effort we put in. And if we put in the same, we get the same. And that's a result of how we won our bid to develop a 10 megawatt project.
Thank you. Brendan, you mentioned a moment ago working with the Mi'kmaq Nova Scotia projects in Newfoundland. Talk a little bit about those experiences and the concept.
Sure. So our partnership with, it started with Member 2, one of the 13 Mi'kmaq communities in Nova Scotia. And it came about that they were developing 2 wind farms with Nova Scotia Power. Member 2 was 51% majority owner, and Nova Scotia Power was minority owner. It came to pass that those developments stalled through some issues that were happening locally. And so our CEO, Trent Vichy, came in and approached the leadership at Member 2 and offered to join as minority owner purchase Nova Scotia Power's share of the project and partner with Member 2 to see these projects through to development, construction, operation, and use those projects to power our green hydrogen facility. And so obviously it took a lot of relationship building to gain the trust of the leadership at Member 2 and the communities to allow us into the fold and to participate with them in their project. They are the majority owners. So that was the start of the partnership. And from there, we broadened it out to other local First Nation communities near our project. So Bodledek and Butnikek are both close to where we'll be building our hydrogen production facility in Cape Breton, or Unamagi. And they were very excited to be part of the energy transition. And it took a great deal of effort on both parts to understand what was happening, because green hydrogen and green ammonia is, maybe more complex than just renewable energy, because it's taking renewable energy, processing it, creating new products from that. So there's a lot of education that everyone needed to go through to ensure that there was a good understanding of what we were doing and why we were doing it. And green hydrogen and ammonia we see as a critical piece to helping fight climate change globally. Today, about 150 million tons of ammonia is used for fertilizer production to help ensure that we have the food to feed the populations around the world in chemical processes, refrigeration, and other industrial applications. And almost all of that hydrogen and ammonia is produced using fossil fuels. With green ammonia, we're replacing that with products using water and renewable electricity. And so, by bringing that perspective into the conversation and showing how we were going to be helping to fight climate change with our projects, how we're helping restore the Earth to a more natural state than it's in today, and at the same time bringing local benefits to the province of Nova Scotia and the Atlantic region, and how those can then be used both to support the broader communities in Nova Scotia, but in particular our Indigenous partners. And it's not just their equity participation and the financial benefits that they'll see, but it's a true partnership. We sit side by side with them when we develop our projects. We had a presentation to Municipal Council in Nova Scotia yesterday that I called into, but my colleagues were there in person. And Graham Marshall from Member 2 was there side by side with our development manager, and speaking about the project together, and ensuring that everybody understood that this is a true partnership between Everwind and our First Nation partners, and bringing those benefits that can be seen so locally, but also globally, as we're all working to fight climate change.
I think it's really interesting and not surprising at all that we start with a question about what does success mean, and the emphasis for all of you is really on partnerships. I mentioned a moment ago about how all of my work is on these calls for power as well as this transmission line. I agree with Glenn. I think that there's a tendency to think about equity in terms of very narrow terms of profit sharing, but it's a lot more than that. The partnership that needs to build and that needs to maintain itself for a project to be successful is far more than just simply how big is the check that you're going to get and how big is the check I'm going to get at the end of the month. I'd like to drill down on this concept of value, thinking about it more broadly than just simply distributions, checks in bank accounts, essentially. Something I think quite a lot about. Commercially, legally, we call them joint ventures, right? But really, we're talking about partnerships. Can each of you talk a little bit about sort of how you view value and the value that's on the table to First Nations, Indigenous nations who are thinking about getting into clean energy projects? And what would you emphasize in terms of the broader scope that's on the table, not just simply the checks? What else is there? Because I think we can all agree in our experience, we know there's a lot more that's there, right? So maybe Glenn, why don't you talk about first from your perspective, you built it from the ground up at the community level. You've seen the benefit shoot in a bunch of different directions at the community level. What is it that you saw?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. We saw our community benefiting. And so when we look at how our community would benefit, we wanted our young people to be trained right away. So we did a joint training, and we started to train our people so that they could be on site during construction. And so we had enough time during the bid process to create partnerships to train our people in installing solar panels, civil works, and all of the procurement that goes on with developing a project. And so we wanted training was kind of first out of the gate. And from there, we wanted procurement. We wanted to ensure that as much procurement as possible would come through our companies. And so we were able to, I think, have over 51% procurement in terms of building the project itself. And it also gave us some revenue before we turned the lights on, so to speak. And so we had this revenue just from building the project, never mind waiting 3 or 4 years to make revenue from the project itself. And we wanted all our partners to benefit. We wanted the FNPA to benefit financially. We wanted Red Dog to benefit. We wanted Natural Forces to benefit. And we wanted to have a voice. We wanted a board of directors where we had 51% veto over our developer, so that everything would be done through us, and we would be consulted and given the final decision on what would happen on our project. And so the only place we gave up final decision was during the construction process, so that we wouldn't hold up construction and we'd be able to keep our project on time and on budget. And we were building during COVID, so there was a number of issues that popped up during COVID, and one of them was the panel supply chain had gotten way behind. And so because we were able to, I was actually on the project team, I was able to sort of push the project team and say, where are we going to get the panels from? Because we want to be the first Indigenous built project in Saskatchewan. We want to be able to say that. And so we ended up getting some panels from Vietnam. A company called VSUN was able to come forward and able to build our panels on time. And I think we went over budget about $600,000 on the whole project, considering the panels cost us an extra $500,000 to bring them in on time. And so during halfway through the project, our people were building the project. So we invited the Chief and Council of Star Blanket and George Gordon to a teepee, 2 teepees. We held our pipe ceremonies, we had our land blessings, and our leaders and our board of directors went around watching all of our people building our project. And that was quite a moment for us when our leadership would say hi to their band members, and you're doing a good job, and we're almost there, keep going, we're going to get there. And we're going to be able to say something when it's all said and done. We're going to be able to say it's our project and we built it. And so those things didn't just happen, we made them happen because we were the board of directors and we were the deciding vote. And so when we drove that project, we drove it literally from, it's our project, we're letting you help us. And we had to challenge our developer because the developer, you know, sort of saw it as their project, right? And I said, no, it's not your project, it's actually ours. You told us that you were here to help us and help us benefit and help us build capacity and help us learn. We didn't want to be nickel and dimed. We didn't want to sign an agreement that wasn't in our favor. And so at the end of the day, we out-negotiated our developer, and the developer was upset about that. And I said, well, this is the story we wanted to write in the first place. And that's why FNPA was so important back then, because it gave the project to us rather than us having to be included in a project. It was our project. And we did it our way. We added our culture, we added our elders, we added our people, and we had the outcomes pre-planned. And so we did 3 things at the end of the day. We built the most profitable solar farm in the country. We built our own solar farm by our own people, and we built it on time, and we were the first Indigenous project built in Saskatchewan. And we planned that, and the plan happened, and so that's what made us proud.
Very impressive. Brad, you alluded to this earlier, but maybe you can talk a little bit more about the importance of hiring Indigenous companies, Indigenous contractors on these projects.
Yeah, just elaborating on Glenn's experience around working with developers. what I've noticed doing some work with other provinces and their utilities with programs for Indigenous energy security is that there's the community energy plans and community energy champions built into those programs to fund that development. But sometimes the external consultants come in and they're using these programs as a way for their own companies to make money, but not necessarily transferring that knowledge onto the community members, which is the whole point of those programs. So congratulations for standing up and having a vision and a plan to make sure that the community benefited from that. In terms of the importance of an Indigenous business, fundamentally there's some values that are unique among Indigenous business owners and business leaders, and I think that's around partnership. It's the importance of a long-term relationship with others in the community and with the industry, and those long-term partnerships have real value, and they create trust, which accelerate project development. And we've had success with Juno because of that type of business mentality. It's not transactional. It's long-term partnerships where we act in the best interest of our clients, and they see real value in that. There's a lot of public money available to help create energy security and to create inclusion for Indigenous communities and businesses. But because that is publicly funded money, there needs to be transparency and accountability for that money, which leads to procurement practices that often are biased towards larger companies that they're used to bidding on these types of projects. So I think there's an opportunity through these types of programs for publicly funded organizations to tweak their supply chain practices and their scoring criteria to really look at partnerships with corporations, in particular where those companies are looking at mentorship programs and inclusion processes for young individuals to enter the industry, to gain the experience they need and the confidence they need to then go on and create their own businesses. So I think that's a critical tweak in the partnership model that we can look at to increase that economic benefit and sort of the social economic benefit to Indigenous communities.
Thank you. Brendan, in the projects that you've worked on, sort of any examples come to mind in terms of how you saw value shoot in directions beyond just simply dollars in the bank?
Yeah, absolutely. And dollars in the bank are important, and that's foundational to supporting infrastructure in the communities, and it's definitely an important part of the picture. But beyond that, we see energy sovereignty and self-sufficiency for the communities that we're partnered with as one of the end goals. And part of that isn't necessarily from a large-scale green hydrogen and ammonia project, but by being partnered with us and seeing us and working with us in developing wind projects and solar projects, we're helping the communities build that base of knowledge so that they can create their own projects on a smaller scale that can be used to deliver energy within the communities and help build that longer-term energy self-sufficiency and energy sovereignty. So we certainly think that's an important part of the picture, and although maybe not a direct outcome that we can point to as having happened as a result of our project, that's one of the end goals that we see from our partnership.
Fantastic. I'd like to transition in a moment to the audience. So this will be my last question. Specifically what I'd like you to share is if you had to impart one thing on everybody today, when they go home, back to their families, back to their communities, if there's one thing that you really want them to take back, to remember, what would you want them to retain? What do you really want them to know? Maybe Brad, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's going back to the strength of partnerships and in a vertical integration from education through the professional consulting agencies to owner and operators and people that are project developing to financing, is that there needs to be a commitment, a multi-generational commitment to support capacity. There is a move in the industry towards what's called value engineering. It's really outsourcing professional skills overseas. It lowers costs, but the problem is it creates a divide between generations. There's a vacuum that exists now between the young engineers coming through, or maybe finance and individuals, professionals, and when that skill set is outsourced, then we lose that capacity, that homegrown capacity here, and we will eventually, not just as communities but as a country, lose our sovereignty in terms of project development. So it's really important that the industry come together, like right through from education right through to the final project delivery, to support young people and to make sure that when projects are delivered, that they're using locally sourced individuals to develop these projects, and then that will solve the issue of this divide that's occurring in the industry that I see, with young people not having mentors to support them through their career and develop the skills they need to take on the leadership roles for tomorrow.
Thank you. Brendan, maybe to you next. What do you want people to take back with them?
Sure. As a developer and speaking for industry, we're not always going to get things right. And I would say we want to do the right thing. We always want to ensure that the projects that we're developing are creating benefits for everyone, and especially for partners in the project. And industry wants to be held to account. We want to hear what we're doing right, but more importantly, we want to hear what we're doing wrong so that we can fix it and we can do better, because there's always ways to improve the way that projects are being developed and the way that we're constructing and the way that we're engaging. And it's critically important that, that we are held to account. And without that accountability, I don't think we get to the best end product for everyone. So hold us to account, please.
A call for accountability. Len, last word to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. For me, I guess it's a bit of a different perspective. One, it's kind of community driven. I think I'd like to see our people do more to implement our treaties and exercise our sovereignty as a whole, and get out from under the Indian Act and start to manage in our own lands, and start to truly develop economic sovereignty alongside energy sovereignty and food sovereignty. And I think energy sovereignty and self-government is sort of like a baby, and you have to take that first crawl. And so same with energy. I'd like to see every nation derive their power from their own source, whether it be renewable or others, and open up the gamut of energy to not only renewable, but we had a chance to participate in a natural gas plant of 300 megawatts. And we were quiet on it when we should have been banging that this is still in our backyard. We still need to participate in all power sources so that we're going to derive more economic benefit from all power sources, not just from renewables. So I don't want us to be limited to energy, because I read something about energy in the world, and 3 out of 4 people can't power a fridge in this world. And so there's a lot of energy needed. But at the same time, we have to be aware of environmental reconciliation and cultural reconciliation and economic reconciliation, social reconciliation, land reconciliation. And a lot of these things are all tied together for our community. We don't separate it all. We keep it all together in terms of a holistic approach to it. But at the end of the day, it's about participating in the economy in a meaningful way and ensuring that every nation should have at least $1 million in profit by now. And if you don't have at least $1 million of profit, if you're not building and providing your own power, then we're getting left behind. And I think organizations like the FNPA and all the other advocacy groups really need to support First Nations that are getting left behind, because it's important that we all move forward together, and that opportunities are not just about competition, but more about inclusion. And sometimes that's where the value systems are different with industry, is it's not about inclusion, it's about competition. And to me, it's about collaboration at the end of the day. The more we work together, the more we do things together, the more we can exercise our sovereignty. And you know, when you think about the big sovereignty issue, I was so glad the elder said something about it this morning, because you know, an attack on Alberta's sovereignty, you know, is the same thing as Alberta attacking our sovereignty. And so it's important that we exercise our sovereignty and we don't limit our economic development by the borders. We have American people, American tribes that are prepared to work with Canadian First Nations. And there's a real opportunity there to have a global impact and participate in the global economy with various solutions, whether it be food shortages, energy shortages, housing shortages. There's a number of opportunities where you take social problems and you create them into an economic development opportunity. And I really think that's how our community gets out of poverty at the end of the day. So that's my view.
Thanks, Glenn. We have about 10 minutes to go. As I said at the beginning, there's a lot of experience, a lot of learning here on the stage. Open this up. Any questions or comments, even impressions back from people, that things going through your mind as you've heard the folks on the stage today? I'm not as brave or as young as the great moderator this morning. I ain't running around with this mic.
Tessin, I feel like Donahue. Just call me Hallahue.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Brown. I'm from Old Mass at Haida Gwaii. I just wanted to come out here and see how utility companies are running, First Nation utility companies. Our utility company on Haida Gwaii was just formed like 2 years ago, so it's 2 years old. And we are installing a 2-megawatt solar farm and trying to get ourselves off of diesel on Haida Gwaii. We burn 10 million liters a year with just under 4,000 people. And so my question is around sustainability of resources, because our richness came from both fishery and forestry, and they're both rebuilding. There's 95% old growth gone, so resources aren't infinite. So how do you guys factor that in, as well as the cultural significance of the land that we are on, to try to tie those together and not just go in and take it? Because we have about 140 kilometers of highway, and then we have 5,000 kilometers of logging roads. So it was about in 100 years, it's $100 billion of extraction of forestry from Haida Gwaii, and so we're left with putting it all back together now. So I didn't hear a whole lot about sustainability. I was glad to hear about cultural and youth, as I just matched a engineering student starting at UBC next year with an engineering firm, and we have a civil engineer have a company in Victoria. So we're definitely making strides. But I think with all other First Nations, the difficulty in educating our youth is they leave home and they never come back. So there needs to be some home retention as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Any response on the theme of sustainability, synergistic ties between projects and the environment?
Maybe I could speak on that a little bit from my experience with another province who has an Indigenous energy support program. I'm well aware that some communities are very distant, especially in Ontario, from connections to power grids, and that there's energy insecurity. in poverty, I guess you could call it. And it's a challenge. Some of the options are connection to the grid, but those are often long distance power lines. Besides diesel generation, you're looking at solar power facilities, but that requires some battery energy storage. There's also integration opportunities between forestry industry and waste products from the forestry industry to convert that to fuel sources that can be used as either backup for solar or wind. Yeah, biochar and pyrolysis, syngas type technologies. And there's also new technologies that are still in an infancy stage to convert woody biomass into a drop-in replacement crude oil, which is actually creating energy or carbon sequestration at the same time as producing a viable source of energy for communities that have forestry industries nearby. So those are some options that I've seen, but it is a challenge for sure.
Another question here.
Just hold on one second. Brandon, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, just quickly, when we're developing our projects, we really try to be mindful of limiting the environmental impact and footprint that the projects themselves will have. And one example is by siting our wind projects on previously logged or forested sites, then we don't need to clear as many trees. We can use existing logging roads, maybe slightly upgraded, but we don't need to build new roads through pristine environments. So I think there's always going to be trade-offs with any source of energy that you're looking at, and it's about minimizing those impacts and making the right decisions where they can be sustainable and you're not furthering negative impacts that have already occurred on sites where you're developing projects.
I'd also just say as a last point, Brandon mentioned earlier accountability. And I think Indigenous peoples are uniquely placed, they're uniquely situated to hold non-Indigenous people accountable to the environment. And so I think there's a very strong voice that naturally comes from First Nations, Indigenous peoples, that should be spoken at all times as towards non-Indigenous peoples on the environment. We benefit from hearing your conscience on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And you answered this gentleman's question with that last comment, so we'll go to another question here. This will be our last question. We have a time constraint here.
Good afternoon. My question for the panel is, how do you ensure that clean energy solutions that low-income communities and underserved communities have access to clean energy solutions without reinforcing colonial or extracting systems?
Great question. Glenn, maybe?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. I really believe it's about ensuring that people understand your needs and your community and where your community is going in terms of their vision and what they would like to see. And that can be then iterated either through a government strategy, number one, and then number two, through some kind of industry strategy. A good example is when we did our impact benefit agreement with BHP Billiton, one of the largest mines in the world. If anything was to happen to our water, we would definitely want a new water treatment plant as a result of it. And any impacts on our territory would have to be mitigated through the impact benefit agreement with industry. And so I think it's really important to be somewhat aggressive when dealing with government and industry, because sometimes if you don't pound the wall a little bit or you don't pound the table a little bit, you end up getting ignored. And I believe it's also from learning from each other and inviting other communities that have already done what you're hoping to do, so that you're not reinventing the wheel and that you're getting that transfer of knowledge. And I think that's a really important thing, is that we transfer knowledge to one another and we help one another to ensure we have good oversight. Oversight's very important when it comes to any kind of agreements that you're involved in, and whether it's sort of our what I would call First Nations oversight, legal oversight, environmental oversight. But locally, you have these resources locally. Everyone has resources locally, whether it be the wood, the timber, the wind, the sun. There's all this renewable energy, and there's new technology. Keep an eye on new technology We were just talking earlier about nanotechnology and hydrogen and some of the new things coming about. It's important that you're a part of that innovation. And innovation is really key in being a part of creating a better world and doing better for Mother Earth. And making sure that it doesn't come just at your cost, that it comes at the cost of government and industry as well. And that this way it becomes a different version of the 3 Ps, I guess, that we call it in Saskatchewan. So take a look at your resources, let people know that you have a plan, and bring in the right people to help you do that plan, because many of the things we're doing, some bands have been doing it for 35 years. When we did urban reserves, we took a look at Muskeg Lake, and Muskeg Lake had been doing urban reserves 30 years before us. So we brought them in to teach us a little bit about urban reserves and the agreements and what went good, what went wrong, and what we could do better. And so I think we can learn from one another and share that knowledge and transfer that knowledge to each other.
Thanks, Glenn. I think that's, we're getting the hook. But it was a pleasure being with everybody today. It was a significant pleasure to have the opportunity to interview my panelists here today. And so I wish everybody a great rest of the conference. And thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Good questions. Okay, guys.
All right, excellent. Gentlemen, if we can get a picture of you with down in front of the teepee. And I appreciate that last comment about the IBAs, because that's our next panel discussion. Creating long-term economic and social benefit with First Nations through IBAs, Impact Benefit Agreements. I'd like to call our moderator up to introduce our panel, Shauna Feth. I'd like to call you up. You know, one of the comments made about working together. You know, before European contact, we had the most intricate free trade in North and South America. And we did everything through barter system. Right down in Calgary at the confluence, they call it, where Fort Calgary is, used to be a big trade market there, all through the core of downtown. And we have words for alligator, copper, obsidian, all these things that is in our area. So this is something that we need to look at reactivating, that traditional trade. I got some mics for all of you. But we got to do an inventory. Each nation should be doing an inventory of what they have to bring to the barter table.
Thank you, sir.
So let's get right into it. Let's get right into creating long-term economic and social benefits with First Nations through impact benefit agreements.
Thank you so much for that. And just want to say thank you to Guy and FNPA for inviting me to be a moderator here today. I also want to just say thanks sincerely to everyone this morning that was involved in the pipe ceremony, the elders, the prayers. It just started the day in such a positive manner, and it's just been such a fantastic day in general. So again, thanks for inviting me. So I'm Shauna Feth. I'm President and CEO of the Alberta Chambers of Commerce, and it's really my pleasure to be here with you today. This is a really important discussion, and you know, at the ACC we work with businesses across Alberta to support economic growth that is both principled and forward-looking. That includes championing stronger, more meaningful partnerships with Indigenous communities, something that really aligns closely with all of today's conversations. And I would just share that this is my second time in this facility. Last year I was invited to come to the National Coalition of Chiefs event where we signed an MOU, ACC and NCC, so that we really truly can start looking at how we support our Indigenous business community throughout the province. So with that, I am going to pass over to these gentlemen to talk about the importance of impact benefit agreements. And I'm going to be really upfront here and transparent. I'm here to moderate. I don't
have the expertise, gentlemen, so I'm happy to let you do most of the heavy lifting here today, and I'll just make sure that I move that conversation along. So without further ado, maybe what I'll do is I'll pass over to you. Please do a short bio, introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your experience with the agreements, and then I have some questions, and then we're going to leave some time for audience engagement as well. Okay, over to you, Chris.
Thank you very much. So I'm a partner in the Vancouver office of BLG. I focus exclusively on Indigenous law. I've got a varied practice. In British Columbia, we represent most of the Crown corporations and agencies, and a lot of public and private utilities as well on Indigenous law matters. We work a lot with developers. We work a lot with financing as well for major infrastructure and energy projects. And I get involved typically with the Indigenous aspects of a lot of those projects. We also work with a number of First Nation organizations and First Nations themselves in a variety of negotiations, including some impact benefit agreements. We're proud to support the First Nation Power Authority in their current procurement work with Sask Power. And we've got, it's a very kind of experience where we're working for First Nations, for developers, for government agencies, for financiers. And so we see the progress of the projects from a couple of different angles. And I look forward to talking more about IBAs.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris. Kennedy.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kennedy Barobe. I'm a partner at Gallowing WLG in our Indigenous and environmental law groups. I'm also a director at the Siksika Group of Companies, which is my community's economic development arm. I'm also a soccer dad with a law side hustle. Currently, I'm advising First Nation governments and businesses in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, Northwest Territories, and typically I'm involved in Indigenous environmental assessments, federal, provincial environmental assessments, regulatory agreements with the Crown, revenue sharing agreement with the Crown, and rev sharing with the proponents.
Thanks, Kennedy. And just as we were coming up on stage, I just, your father is wonderful. He was fantastic this morning, so glad you could join us on the panel. So maybe I'll start with you, Kennedy. How would you define a successful IBA, and what metrics should we use to evaluate that long-term impact?
Yeah, that's a good question. And IBAs play an important role for building a stronger Canadian economy. They are, of course, one of 4 tracks when we think about major projects in this country. The other tracks, of course, are your equity deal, your regulatory track, and your agreements with the Crown. A successful IBA is really one that hits all of the, features of an IBA, which is to provide community benefits. It's also to provide environmental commitments. And so if you have strong provisions relating to community benefits, and if you have strong environmental commitments, you're in a good place.
Thanks, Kennedy. Chris, did you want to add?
Yeah, certainly. I endorse all of that. And I guess what I'd add is, the process by which you get to the IBA is very important as well. The most successful negotiations are the ones in which everybody is thinking about the other parties, what they need, what they want, and what they fear. And getting that out on the table early in the discussions and throughout the discussions and keeping in mind is really critical. The community engagement part of it is also a major issue to whether you have a successful negotiation or not. The timeline for negotiating IBAs, typically you get an early start on them, you think you've got a lot of time, and then there's some milestone in the project in which you need to have an IBA in place if the First Nation's going to show support for it. And the communities typically expect to be, and the Chief and Council expect to seek the approval of the communities for that. And so finding a way to bring the community along on the progress in the IBA while you're at the table negotiating under a tight time frame, it's challenging, but there's ways to manage it. And the successful negotiations balance that need for active work at the table and engagement with the community.
Yeah, and that leads really well into my next question, Chris. Maybe you can answer this one first. So what are those key elements? Like if you had to define what are the key elements that turn an IBA from being that transactional negotiation to that transformational negotiation that actually has that long-term lasting impact on the community?
No, that's a great question. There's a couple aspects. I mean, there's some drafting things that you need to capture in it. A bit about the process as well. You need to start thinking about implementation before you finish negotiating, especially around procurement, contract opportunities, and employment. Where you're looking at a project that's got a major construction build, 2 or 3 years sounds like a long period of time, and 500 million, 600 million sounds like a large amount of money. It is very difficult to get a First Nation business situated so that it can take advantage of the procurement opportunities from those projects on a short ramp. You need to start the build up during the negotiations. And that starts by communicating with the proponent around what are you looking for, what are your requirements, how do we build this together? So I think it's that process of thinking about implementation before you finish the negotiations.
Thanks, Chris. Did you want to add anything, Kennedy?
Yeah, for sure. And, I agree with Chris's point. A lot of focus should be spent on the implementation piece. We heard from Michaela on an earlier panel that, the relationship is important. And with any relationship, you're going to have to put some work into it. And, it's through the implementation provisions of an IBA that you can make sure that both parties are putting into that relationship, as opposed to going through the negotiation process, signing an IBA, and having that IBA sit on a shelf somewhere. You really do need some strong implementation procedures in place. One thing that I was going to add to that, to answer your question on what would make an IBA stand out, is IBAs are relatively commonplace these days, but there is a lot of space for innovation still. So we're seeing IBAs that in BC and elsewhere that respect and put in place a process to exercise communities' rights. So for example, if the community has a water law in place, I've seen and worked on an IBA that ensures that the community's water law is being implemented at that mine site.
Yeah, that's really important. And Kennedy, maybe I'll ask you to just wear your other hat for a minute. And within your own nation, what have been some of the most important learnings, do you think, in your community as they negotiate these IBMs?
So the Siksika group of companies, we don't negotiate IBAs. What we're involved in is deploying community resources to grow our business portfolio. But so if you want some commentary on what can be improved, putting your money where your mouth is one comment that I like to test companies coming to the table. And you're going to see this early on when it comes to negotiation agreements. And it could be a place where you can delay the process, but it's important to front end some of that work. And so, providing capacity for an equal playing field is certainly important. And part of that capacity should go towards ensuring that the community is stacking the deck so that you have the proper advisors in place, whether that be environmental advisors like engineers, biologists, hydrologists, but also financial advisors in place so that you can come up with a fair deal between the community and the companies. And of course, legal advisory services. So, taking an example from another area, M&A, when you have a buyer, usually the seller will provide capacity to the potential investor, and this is putting the Six Good group of companies director hat on now, and that provides us the opportunity to go through that process and to see whether or not it's an investment that we would want to make. So in the IBA world, it's capacity funding is important to ensure that leadership is well informed, and if it's a project that they would like to support.
Thanks for that, Kennedy. And just fantastic that you can wear dual hats up here to add so much more value to the conversation. Maybe, Chris, I'll ask you this question just in terms of, on the other side of it, really when you're, and I realize I said IBM there. Just a Freudian slip. Yes, they're IBAs, but when you're negotiating these, as one of those professional advisors that Kennedy is talking about, how are you making sure that those community voices and cultural priorities are being embedded in those agreement terms and you're having those conversations with the leaders?
I draw from a recent experience where we were working with a community in Manitoba to negotiate an IBA for a big mining project. And we needed to bring in environmental consultants, and we needed to bring in financial advisors and what have you. And the company was smart enough to fund that sort of work. It's tempting for really smart, keen, active advisors to say, well, I got the solution for you. And you need to stop and ground it in the community's priorities. One of the examples was around procurement opportunities. So within an IBA, you have I almost said IBM, an IBA, there's an opportunity to negotiate set-aside opportunities or preferential contracting opportunities where the First Nation business gets either a first right for negotiation or some preferential opportunities within the larger procurement process. Well, what do you want to do? And I've had some clients say, well, what's available? Okay, you can start that way, but you're starting at zero in some cases. When the community can give some voice to, well, here's what we want to work on. Here's some of the things where we want to develop some expertise and skills. And so one of the carve-outs we did, which isn't a huge dollar value, but was really significant to the community, was we want to be doing the water testing. We want to be doing the monitoring. And we want to get trained up and work with an appropriate partner so that we can do the samples in the way that the regulator and the mining company needs, but we want to be doing that one. And that aligns so well with some of the traditional activities and guidance of the community members. And then others were, it was interesting emerging to say, well, we want to run the food services. Well, they had a number of young youth who were taking culinary arts programs. And they're like, I want to be the head chef in the work camp. I'm like, okay, cool, let's work that in. And so, listening to the priorities within the community, and like, okay, how do we carve that out? Do we need to partner with somebody to actually seize the opportunity? Can you do it on your own? That led to a better negotiation, and that was in terms of better supported by the community, and it aligned very well with what the company wanted to do, and so win-win-win.
That's great, Chris. And Kennedy, to you, we've heard it all day long in terms of the importance of really the voice of the community and ensuring that the cultural priorities are embedded in these agreements. So what's been your experience with that? And you can wear whichever hat you want.
Yeah, no, my approach is really respecting the direction of the community. The community always has the right answer. And so, I'm a Blackfoot lawyer, but for a lot of my clients, I work in BC, Alberta, Northwest Territories, Northwestern Ontario. I'm learning about their culture. And so for me, it's just having that curiosity and respect, and for a large part deferring to clients on matters that are so close to the community. So for me, it's my job to listen, and then it's my job to take that and act on what I hear and the direction that I'm given.
Absolutely. And so maybe, talking about the professions and the advisors and how important they are, the consultants, maybe to both of you, so what are some of the common legal gaps or pitfalls in IBA development that you've been noticing that we should be paying attention to? Chris, do you may want to start that one?
Sure. There's a couple areas that are really challenging to draft and implement around IBAs. The one is the nature and the timing of releases. The developer typically wants, when they sign an IBA committing to financial benefits, to receive some really strong support from the First Nation. Ideally, they want to get a recognition that they've been fully consulted and accommodated, make public statements like that to the regulator. But unless you've signed the IBA the minute before you've finished all of the environmental reviews, First Nations can't give that support. And so drafting your releases and building into them, like, well, what happens, in the consultation that's going to happen and needs to happen after we sign this IBA, that's a tricky one. The other ones are employment. Employment clauses are easy to draft and hard to implement. And that's another one of the ones where you need to start thinking about implementation before you finish the negotiation. Workforce readiness, dedicated training, that's one where you can get a false sense of, oh, we're on the same page for employment in the drafting process if you haven't actually thought about the implementation.
Thanks for that. Kennedy, do you have?
Yeah, to build off Chris's comment, one of the challenges in drafting IBAs, depending on who you're sitting across the table, can be putting in place mechanisms to address the challenges that Chris mentioned in terms of where your negotiations line up to the regulatory approvals process. But an extension of that is also negotiating ongoing consent mechanisms, because a lot of regulatory processes for major projects, they're potentially decades long, or a decade long. They're lengthy processes, so you're going to have to come up with ways that you can provide different kinds of support along the way that lines up to the regulatory process. So, for example, in BC, when it comes to mining, you do your EA first, and then you go into permitting and licensing. And so, there's that balance in terms of what you're supporting, and then what further work needs to be done and what further support needs to come. Another challenge that I've observed, and it's in specific jurisdictions, and there's some people that do this really well, and there's others that really struggle with it, is business opportunities. And so, a lot of our clients, they don't set targets because their theory is if they can do it, they should be doing it. So that's kind of the position that they're taking. And as I mentioned, there's some companies that do a really good job in ensuring that business opportunities are going to Indigenous companies, and then there's other companies that really struggle with how to set that up.
So I heard a lot in there, and maybe as a follow-up, Kennedy, so governments play a part in this, the regulatory environment obviously plays a part in this. Different companies do things differently, and in some cases better or worse than others. So how do we align all of those players or partners to create the conditions that will facilitate that trust-based co-develop IBA? Because there's so many different stakeholders in the mix.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking around the room, there's opportunities for trilateral discussions to take place between the proponent, First Nations, and non-Indigenous government. So that's a mechanism that I've seen being used to bridge the communication divide and to make sure that all parties are working towards the same end game.
Yeah, thank you. Chris, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, it's a tricky communication sequencing often this where, the proponent wants to have the First Nation sitting in front of the government regulator expressing, wholehearted, unreserved support for a project as early as possible. And that's not going to come until A, you finish the IBA, and B, you've actually started to implement some of the measures there. And yet the First Nation is entitled to be consulted by the Crown, and that consultation is delegated to the proponent usually. So sometimes you'll see the First Nation having multiple conversations on the same topic separately with the proponent, separately with the government, and then all together. And those can be awkward sometimes if you're not on the same page for what your messaging is about the status of your negotiations. But it's part of the process and you have to work your way through. If you've got a good, strong relationship built up with the representatives from the developer and from the First Nation, it really helps in navigating that sort of process so that you're given the right tone of messaging. If a First Nation is expressing concerns of the project, it's thoughtful and it's strategic through there. And if it's not what the company wants to hear, then that's unfortunate. Maybe they've had a chance to get a heads up and think about their response to it. But it's navigating that communication is tricky because it can't all just come together at the end in secrecy and then announce you've got an IBA. You need to bring along the government regulators with it. They're not at the table drafting with you, but they need to understand how you're moving along.
So to follow up on that then, Chris, are you seeing models out there that are doing a really good job, or are there tools or resources that are helping ensure that those conversations are happening and that they're equitable and enforceable?
I think the acceptance within industry that you must have Indigenous participation with a full suite of benefits is maybe not universal, but it's pretty broad now. That wasn't the case 10, 15 years ago. You had lots of projects that were proponents still trying to push them through with the tick-the-box consultation process. So there's a cultural shift that's happened for that. I think that's one of the big parts that's moved through there. Yeah, I might come back to that in a bit, though. I'll pass over.
For sure. Kennedy, what about you? Are you seeing any models that are emerging?
Yeah, the models that are emerging are Indigenous-led. And so as I mentioned at this earlier, we're seeing the rise of Indigenous environmental assessment, and this is creating for a space for greater collaboration amongst everyone involved. And it's also increasing regulatory certainty, and it's also, to the extent possible, creating regulatory streamlines. So there's a whole whack of benefits to support Indigenous environmental assessment, including if you are thinking about it from a business perspective.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. And to come back to one thing, one of the major movements is the emergence of equity participation. It's a dominant theme now in a lot of projects. And that changes the dynamic in how you structure your IBA as well. From the proponent side, they see the benefits of having First Nations take an equity position as having skin in the game. They have an interest in the successful outcome of the project. It doesn't replace the need for an IBA. It's part of, and it feeds into it. But the idea of equity participation and the execution of it can be two different things sometimes. Like, for a First Nation to commit to equity participation early on in a project that has speculative financials to it is risky. It might not be the best way to participate. And so we often see the options for equity, but starting off with something perhaps a little bit more guaranteed, and then the ability to switch it over to equity once the project reaches a certain level of certainty and confidence around the modeling.
Yeah, and just to build off that, on the equity side of things, what I'm seeing from our clients is that, when the Indigenous nation is the owner of the project, we're seeing the Indigenous owner enter into IBAs with their own communities. So that's a pretty innovative and sort of area that's emerging now as well.
Thanks for that. And I'm just going to give heads up that I'm going to ask maybe one more question, and then we're going to open the floor just to keep us on time. I know there's a lot of questions out in the audience for you gentlemen as well. But, you know, as Canada balances that between conventional and non-conventional energy production, how do IBAs evolve to reflect new energy and the new energy reality plus the infrastructure piece? And maybe I'll start with you, Chris.
I mean, the nature of the IBA is going to change based upon the nature of the energy source. My colleague Rob Blackstein is going to be on a panel tomorrow talking about the work our firm's been doing with the Williams Treaty Nations on SMRs in Ontario. And that's one where you've got this gigantically long arc of development with all kinds of uncertainty to it, and that creates some challenges for how do you structure your participation in that. There are other projects in which, you know, if it's a solar project, you've got a certain way of approaching the IBA. You've got access to certain types of funding, or solar or wind. If it's a hydroelectric project, you get into a different kind of set of elements there. And so the nature of the energy source does shape the structure of the business arrangement in the IBA.
Thank you. Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think IBAs, as mentioned, are commonplace these days. And for a lot of communities, you know, they have a lot of IBAs under their belt already, so they have precedents to work from. But, you know, sector specific, that's when the nuances come into play, and you may have a great template to work from, but you would have to then take that and, you know, tailor it to your specific needs. And really, it would, some of those efforts would be in relation to the potential adverse effects to the environment and the rights. So what kind of advisors do you need to bring on board to address those potential effects? And then also when it comes to coming up with the financial package, the rev sharing package, what kind of advisors do you need to come in to advise on what's a fair deal?
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Chris.
Another big factor is the project located on reserve. You know, we've got lots of projects we're working on where there's going to be solar power on reserve. That opens up an entirely different set of dynamics. You've got leasing arrangements there. Perhaps the leasing is with the nation, perhaps with CP holders as well, and have to organize that. So if it's an on-reserve project, that also creates an entirely different dynamic.
Thank you, gentlemen. So I'm going to open it up to the audience. Are there questions? And is there somebody running with the mic, or am I doing the running? I guess I'm doing the running. Oh, we got it. Okay, thanks. There's one back there.
I got to do my Jerry Springer stuff now. So.
With some nations economically disadvantaged, how can nations ensure that these IBAs are treating these nations as equitable partners in these deals rather than just formalities or junior partners in doing this business? And when is it time for a nation to walk away?
Kennedy, do you want to start?
Yeah, thanks, Brandon, for your question. That's where the capacity funding comes into play. Capacity funding is being provided to level the playing field. So if a community has a lot of internal capacity in certain areas, for example, environmental monitoring, or they have water specialists in the community, but then they're lacking capacity in other areas, such as financial analysts to run due diligence on the deal. That's where the capacity funding comes into play. It's to level the playing field so that parties can work towards a mutually beneficial agreement.
Chris?
Yeah, I think I'll add that a community that hasn't yet negotiated an IBA or hasn't partnered on a project will approach negotiations differently than a community this is their 10th one. And the advisors that are brought in need to be respectful of that distinction and listen and pay attention to what the community needs. The communities that have done 8 or 9 or 10, that doesn't mean that it's an easier negotiation, it's just it's different. Often you have to wear the successes and failures of previous projects and previous IBAs when negotiating an IBA for a community that's already done 8 or 9 projects, because you're going to measure that project against the past. So that's some of the elements there. I think that bringing in a responsible developer should recognize when the First Nation needs that extra capacity to negotiate a fair agreement, and should be voluntarily coming forward with that. They shouldn't be forced to bring forward the capacity funding and provide that support.
Another question here.
Hi there. Provinces right now have revenue sharing agreements in place for natural resources with First Nations. But as far as I know, they don't necessarily consider electricity as a natural resource. And provinces do get dividends and fees and taxes from utilities. What would you guys think, just your opinion on something like a territorial resource access fee for First Nations that bring new electrical loads into their traditional territory and then essentially get paid $5 a megawatt hour? That's just something that we're working on with our clients.
Do you want to start, Chris?
Yeah, super intriguing idea. You've got a variety of approaches right now in different provinces. You heard the representative from BC Hydro saying that they've mandated minimum equity participation. That's their way of approaching it. That will lead to a whole variety of economic models for all those different projects. And the idea of setting some kind of a base economic participation, payment, revenue stream, what have you, is very attractive at the macro level, tricky to implement on any specific project, where you've got multiple First Nations with shared territories, to use my BC language, or multiple treaty nations with an interest in a project. The sharing of the revenues and the sharing of the impacts of a project almost never match up equally for every single community. So you'd have to design it in such a way that you got the flexibility to tune it to specific projects and circumstances. But it's, I do a fair bit of work in forestry as well, and that's a situation where the province of BC has taken half of the stumpage they collect, they turned it back into revenue sharing. And the thinking was, well, that would result in easier and quicker approvals for cutting permits. Didn't. Really didn't. Then they're looking at having First Nations have a greater share of the ownership of the tenure as a way of saying, well, if you have an interest in it, then maybe it'll move along a little bit faster. And I don't see that change coming about. And so, there's a lot of creativity and a lot of smart minds being put to this one. I don't think they found a blanket policy approach that's yet going to displace IBAs.
Kennedy?
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting idea. And, I've advised on revenue sharing agreements in the BC context, so when there's no treaty. But I also advised on revenue sharing agreements in the treaty context. So I advised on the Treaty 3 revenue sharing agreement between the government of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 and the province of Ontario, whereby the province shares 45% of its revenues received from mines and 45% for forestry. I just want to bring it back down to basic principles. And, my dad this morning mentioned this, that the treaties weren't valid surrender instruments, legally valid surrender instruments. They were not a surrendering of the land. And then in BC, where you don't have any treaties or a claim that there's a surrender instrument in place, that's kind of where we're starting from. And so the agreement was to share and cooperate and coordinate and to bring prosperity to everyone involved. And so, you know, any and all chances for government to share revenues and reflect that principle of nation to nation, government to government relationships is fantastic to hear about, and wish you all the success to your project.
We have time for one more question here.
Yeah, greetings there, presenters. My name is Sonny McGinnis. I'm from Treaty 3. And one of the things I'll share is Treaty 3 is the home of St. Catherine's milling case, still left unchallenged. We did prepare a complete campaign to address it, to fight it, but the leadership of the day were not, didn't have the savvy to follow our recommendations. One of the things I've noticed with our New Gold mine at home is that 16 First Nations chose the IBA. And one of the things I realized is they were divided immediately, where certain bands benefited, the rest of them just got jobs. No ownership, no investment, except for I think it amounts to about $400,000 a year for each of the communities as an IBA payment. So what I call them is bitch agreements. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, what do we have left? Especially when the mine is done, it's closed. Is there a closure plan? Does Canada, the province, monitor those things that are being dumped, or those damages, those risks that are being made on our community? No. So for me, as a community, a member, and I've been a leader, the mistake we made was accepting these agreements in exchange for our rights. It's our land, it's our sovereignty. And yet here we are allowing people coming into our land to rape it. And so you divide, $8 million against all that revenue that they're going to be extracting from us. You know, I think a job promise of 20%. And so at the end of the day, what do we have? You know, we don't have no ownership, yet our lands are being raped. For me, the biggest thing that we need to address to ensure is the closure plan. Canada has reneged on its responsibility, as has Ontario. And that's going to be the biggest effect on all of us, because we're going to live with the poison. And are we protecting future generations? I guess that's my comment. And the other thing is just having the ability to mitigate, having the ability to mediate some of these potential damages. And I don't see that happening. I've seen spills on the mine that weren't reported. I've seen things happen that weren't reported, and yet we ask Ontario, what's going on? They send a letter to the company and they get a letter back, here's what's happening. You know, for me, that's not enough for this duty we have as treaty people, as sovereign people. The other thing is that capacity. I've seen the legalese that were hired. They're going against corporate Canada lawyers when they negotiate these things, and yet we're using junior lawyers in areas that don't have the expertise to compete with that level of expertise. And the business opportunities. You know, I've seen too many people, too many communities left with nothing except for having a few people, because not all of our people want a mine. And you know, yeah, we got 20% employment promise, you know. For me, that's not enough. We have to be owners of these mines. Those are my comments. Miigwech.
Thank you.
Miigwech.
Go ahead. Kennedy, did you want to add any comments?
I was just saying miigwech.
Hey, I'll touch on one. Thank you for that, those comments. One of the issues you raised around 16 different First Nations having IBAs and the range there. You drop a pin anywhere in Canada, and there are going to be a dozen or more First Nations who have treaty rights or Aboriginal rights over that. And there's an uneven level of acceptance I find, within First Nation leadership and legal counsel on the notion of host communities. You know, we've got some case law now in the last couple of years, and Mikisew Cree and others in Blueberry, that talk about the notion of core territories within treaty having significance. But that doesn't play itself out sometimes in IBA negotiations. And I've seen that from the developer proponent side and also from representing First Nation side, where we were negotiating with a company and another community 350 kilometers distant asserted that they had the exact same level of impacts because they were all within the same treaty boundary. And you know, that's a really awkward dynamic. To the extent that leadership can negotiate protocols and understandings within their neighboring communities and the treaties around how to manage that issue, I think it helps. Otherwise, you do risk the dynamic you witness, which is you'll get separate negotiations, and the sum of the parts might not be greater than the whole of what could be possible had there been coordination.
Thank you, Chris. And we have like 2 minutes left. Do either of you have any closing comments you want to share with the group before we exit? No?
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Again, it's been my absolute pleasure to be here and moderate this panel and to get to meet both of you and work with you. So thanks to our panelists.
An awesome job, Shauna. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Theron Solomon and Michael Gigano to come on up. This is a Project Highlights, Ontario Project Profile. When you discover the transformative clean energy projects shaping Indigenous communities across Canada. Learn from our leaders on the ground who are driving meaningful change.
All right. Ani Bojo, Wasagijik Dijnakas, Makwa Dodem, Neoshingaming Donjaba. Hi everyone, my name is Michael Shigano, and I'm from Cape Croker First Nation, also known as Neoshingaming. My clan is Bear, and I am the director for the Gemzokaminakozwin partnership between Saugeen Ojibwe Nation and Bruce Power.
Ani Bojo, Ashkenizik Dijnakas, Makwa Dodem, Neoshingaming Donjaba. Hello, my name is Theron Solomon. I am a counselor for the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation, and I represent my nation on the Gizukamin Akazwin partnership with Bruce Power.
So first things, I just want to thank the Tsuut'ina First Nation for being our host today and welcoming us into their territory. And I'd also like to acknowledge that Bruce Power is operating in the territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which is comprised of the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. And with that, I think maybe helpful to go over a quick history of nuclear in the territory.
Yeah, so when it comes to nuclear and the nuclear industry, there is probably no First Nation or nation impacted as much as we have been, that being the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which is a collective of the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, or sorry, the Chippewas of Saugeen. We have the world's largest operating nuclear plant in our territory. We play host to the majority of Canada's nuclear waste in our territory. And we have basically every nuclear company that you can think of either operating in our territory with projects or working at the Bruce Power site. And now, this industry has been in our territory since the 60s because it was deemed a project of national interest. Me personally, I don't see how the interest of one nation outweighs the interests of several others, but we're now dealing with it. For the first 60 years that the nuclear industry operated within our territory, for the most part, our people had next to nothing to do with it. And right now, we have a partnership with Bruce Power on medical isotopes. And we are looking to further expand that partnership because something needs to be done. We are not going to let the next 60 years of the nuclear industry existing in our territory look like the last 60 years. It's going to be different because it has to be.
Yeah. Exactly, and just to speak about reconciliation, I used to work for essentially the consultation department for Saugeen and Nawash, known as the Environment Office, and something that had been instilled in me, a value that had been instilled in me by Joint Council and my colleagues at the time, was that we aren't in a relationship with proponents. We're on a journey. We're on an action-based journey of reconciliation. And it's not something, so when I say we're not in a relationship, you can't block each other on Facebook, you can't ghost each other, you can't just walk away when you're upset. You know, you're in it for the long haul. And so when I speak of action-based journey, to define reconciliation, that must be up to the First Nations, the impacted First Nations across Turtle Island. And when I say it's a journey, it's something that you're walking on together with. You can't, one party can't be running ahead, which is often always the case because First Nations are often playing catch up, and they can't be left behind. So with reconciliation, there must be some sort of understanding of capacity building in First Nations so that they can keep pace with that because, you know, understanding that we do live in the world we live in, things need to get done. However, there needs to be some reconciliation of native time, so to speak.
And so when we talk about that kind of relationship building that we're building with Bruce Power, the way that I like to approach it and the way that I've done my best to convince my older colleagues to approach it is to look at it from a treaty aspect. The treaties we signed never gave up our rights to utilize our land, utilize our resources. Our treaties only actually touched on residency and farmland. It never spoke anything to industry. And I bring that up because if those treaties were honored properly, our two First Nations would probably be the most prosperous First Nations in this entire country with just the sheer amount of revenue that is generated in our territory off of our land and resources every single year. And it's with that mindset that I approach Bruce Power in relationships or in relationships with any kind of other proponent is you don't get to come in here and act like you're doing us a favor. What you're doing as an industry partnering with First Nations is the bare minimum of what a treaty relationship is supposed to look like. Because it's our land and resources, and I said this at this event last year, that subsidizes the existence of this entire country, every single province, every single corporation that exists within our traditional territories. And I say that as a young man at the age of 29, and I say that to all of you here, to walk forward with that mindset when you're reaching out to proponents. You subsidize this country. They don't subsidize you. They're not doing you any favors. When they work with you, they are doing the absolute bare minimum of what they were supposed to. Because the government and the country from which we all reside in currently didn't live up to that expectation.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just speaking of finally, First Nations finally being able to catch up and participate in these opportunities, we're just here today to touch on the joint project that Bruce Power and Son work on, the Gamzukuna Kozman. So for context, that is a partnership to produce and market medical isotopes, specifically lutetium-177, which is used to treat prostate cancer and other neuroendocrine tumors. And so speaking of my own journey, you know, starting in 2018 in the consultation department, it's very cool to see, you know, where I am now compared to where I was in 2019 when this started to come to the table, and this was just an idea. So to see it now, being produced, seeing the logo, and being to participate in all these conferences across Canada, it just really fills me with pride for my community and all the work that we've done. And I think just, you know, being recognized for the partnership as well is important as a means of economic reconciliation between private industry and First Nations.
So let me say a little bit about the Gazuki-Minakazwin partnership. The direct translation for that is teaming up on the sickness. Under our logo, we say it as fighting cancer together. And the significance of this partnership for me as an Anishinaabe person is that I was always taught that as an Anishinaabe person, we were supposed to help others. And so when I looked at this partnership and had a process of not only diagnosing but treating cancer, I looked at it as a way that really fell in line with who I was as an Anishinaabe person. I didn't just see an equity opportunity in medical isotopes. I saw an opportunity for something to grow into a new evolving industry that is actively working towards creating a cancer-free future for all. And when we talk about the partnership, we've done some expanding over the last year. We've implemented new isotope production systems in some of the more reactors at Bruce. We are expanding it even further by putting in more production tubes so that we can produce even more isotopes. We are looking into new isotopes to produce, and we've even made an investment into not only the production aspect of these isotopes, but we are now involved actively in processing with an investment in a hot cell that's not only going to allow us to process the isotopes that we're producing, but it's also going to create a good solid opportunity for us to create jobs. We at the Coswin Partnership are actively working with McMaster University right now on a pilot project to get our young people more involved in nuclear. Because even though it's existed in the territory for the last 60 years, it's not part of our regular educational curriculum. And it very much needs to be. Because one of the biggest challenges we face is when people hear the word nuclear, they usually turn to waste or radiation. And when you don't know about those things, they can be quite terrifying. Especially when the majority of the world's idea of what nuclear waste looks like is that green glowing ooze from The Simpsons. But it's not the case. Thankfully in Canada, when it comes to nuclear used fuel, it's all solid mass. But this partnership is also to show that it's not all bad that's coming out of the nuclear industry. Outside of power generation, we are producing new medicines, nuclear medicines that are capable of treating cancer. Right now it's prostate cancer. Eventually it could be all of them. And the reason why it is so significant is because of how that process works. Versus your typical cancer treatments of radiotherapy or chemotherapy, where you have to poison the entirety of the human body in order to try and get rid of the cancer. This one does it differently. The way that I've heard it explained by the medical community is that it is a heat-seeking missile for prostate cancer. Because we attached our lutetium isotopes to genetic markers that will only ever attach themselves to prostate cancer cells within the human body. So these are introduced to the body through an IV. It travels through the body, attaching itself to all the prostate cancer cells, and it delivers that isotope payload and destroys the infected cells without ever once having to damage any of the healthy cells in the rest of your body. Now, when I first heard that, it sounded like magic. And it's for that exact reason why this partnership and its potential expansion is so important to me.
For sure. It is such a cool partnership to be a part of. And just speaking of just some of the benefits to the community as well, and just to reiterate what the councillor had said, that this is really the bare minimum that we could do as an industry, is that before Bruce Power realizes any revenue from the partnership after cost recovery, SON will receive their return on investment first and foremost. And really, that is the bare minimum that we could do. And I wonder if what are your thoughts and ideas, or maybe what you would like to see the partnership expand to, especially if the life of the plant extends to the 60-year mark that we expect it to?
Yes. So the Bruce nuclear plant is currently going under refurbishment, which means it's going to definitely be existing in our territory for the next 60 years. And with that, when I think about our partnership, I'm thinking 60 years into the future of it. Right now, we are involved in the production of medical isotopes in the earliest stages of processing. I want to go even further beyond. I don't just want to be producing these isotopes. I want to be actually doing the entirety of the processing that's actually turning it into the medical grade treatments that's used in radiotheranostics, and I want my people to actively be involved in radiotheranostics. Nuclear medicine is a new and ever-expanding industry. It's only about 15 years old at this point, which means we as First Nations that have a partnership that is producing almost 50% of the lutetium in the entire world have a chance to not only be involved in this new nuclear medicine industry, but to actively take a lead in it. Because when we talk about the energy sector, when we talk about future and sustainability, there is no sustainable future without First Nations leadership. We need to be involved in every single aspect of what's happening in our territories, even if we don't necessarily like it. Because it's our duty as stewards over our territory to address everything. We can't pick and choose what we want to do, and we can't ignore something just because we don't like it. I've witnessed what happens when my nation did that for the last 60 years with the nuclear industry. And with Bruce Power's new CEO, I agree with what he says when he says that we're going to make sure that the next 60 years are nothing like the last 60, because we are going to spend the next 60 years ensuring that we are working together to make a better future for all.
Thank you. I think that was it, and I just want to thank Councillor Solomon for coming out. I know he has a young son at home, and coming out of the community for 4 days out of province is a huge deal. So I just want to thank you for your commitment to this file as well.
Yes, I'm just glad I wasn't coming alone this year.
And then one last thing, just come see our booth. We're giving away socks, if you can see it on the camera, with the logo on it. So I'll just be back there whenever anyone wants to come by and get some swag. All right, thank you.
I'll be back for some socks. Thank you, gentlemen. Man, that was very inspiring. Ooh, smokes. We'd like to, at this time, call up Executive Vice President Cormac McLaughlin, Stonebridge Financial Corporation.
That was really good.
You talk about the cancer. It's really interesting. We had the UCP General Assembly here on Sutina just after COVID for the province, and I was in the green room. I was going to open up the conference, and I was talking with Premier Kenny at the time, and he asked me a question. He said, "What's colonization to you, and how do you decolonize?" And in that quick moment, I thought about our most powerful cancer medicine, which is dandelion. And I said, the society we live in colonization kills and considers it a weed and a nuisance, yet that's one of our most powerful cancer medicines. That's colonization, destroying it. And decolonize it by harvesting it. We got corporations, we got corrections, we got schools, we got communities. I wouldn't use anything in the cities, but I certainly compost it. That's my view of colonization and decolonization. So Executive Vice President Cormac McLaughlin, we welcome you. Looking forward to the Stonebridge Financial Corporation.
Hi everyone. I'd like to introduce to the stage Keegan Lang from Silver Fox, founder and managing director, to accept the award.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess we need the award.
There you go, sir. Keegan, yeah, congratulations. Absolutely. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Say a few words?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, say a few words. What do we say? Well, I just want to say I'm honored to receive this today. It's been a great privilege to be able to support the nations I work with, Star Blanket Cree Nation and Muscopine Nation as well. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. What a soft-spoken individual. Keegan stays in touch with us all the time, as many of you do too. And I'm just going to say, without external stakeholders, valued partners of our First Nations, we just won't succeed. So thanks very much on behalf of FNPA in accepting this award. Again, all the best of luck in anything that you do, Keegan. You always put on your best foot forward, and thanks very much again for coming. Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. You can have a picture there for our archives. We'll get into our final panel, Food and Energy Security Strategies, National Circle for Indigenous Food and Agriculture. We'd like to call up our moderator, Kelly Wood, President and CEO for the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food. First Nations Power Authority President and CEO Guy Lonechild. Willowbrook Farm CEO Colin Kobza. Red Deer Polytech VP in Academic and Student Experience Linda Robinson. Lindsay Ingel, Sunchild First Nations, Alberta. So welcoming our food and energy security strategies.
I'm going to stand because you guys have to sit because there's four of you. Thanks, Hal. Okay, thanks. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Go Oilers! Oh, come on. No. Okay. Oh, yeah. So we are going to do some Q&As after, and I know we're running a little bit behind, but that's okay. Guy, you can have the chair, I'll stand. Oh, all right. So I just first want to say a big thank you to Guy and his team for setting this all up. It's a great day, and of course, Andrew Bear Rope for opening us up in a good way with prayer. Thank you so much. And the Northern Cree for drumming in the grand entry. It's always good to be a part of this. I do know that at the end of this for Q&A, I'm not jumping off here and running around like Michaela did. She's 22, I am not. So I'm excited about this panel. I'm really excited to talk about, obviously, the food security side of it. My name is Collie Wood, and as it was introduced, President and CEO for the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food. This is a fairly new organization that was created on a national level. We're about 16 months in since we officially launched in February of last year. A lot's happening. This was created, first of its kind in Canada, to really bring together industry, government, academia, and like-minded nonprofits with First Nation, Métis, and Inuit to advance food security and food sovereignty. We've had a very busy 16 months. Our home office is in Regina, our urban office is in Regina, and our on-reserve is on Ochapaway First Nation. And I see lots of familiar faces, lots of communities that we're working with. I see Sioux Valley Dakota Nation back there. We have a lot of communities that we're in already, lots of projects going on, and lots of interest in what food security and food sovereignty looks like and how we can journey alongside it. So we're a 100% Indigenous-led organization, and move in the dial. Lots happening, lots of good partners coming on board. So this is really about food and energy security strategies, and I'm really excited to introduce, and they're going to introduce themselves, but we have a great panel today and lots of different conversation. And like I said, I know everybody wants to get to the Oilers, right? So what I'll do is if we can just go through and you can all introduce yourselves to everyone here, that'd be really great. We'll start with you, Lindsay.
Thank you. So my name is Lindsay Engel. I'm from Red Deer Polytechnic, located in Red Deer, Alberta on Treaty 7 land. Red Deer Polytechnic is about 7,500 students. So we have programs in 4 areas: advanced manufacturing, energy innovation, social innovation, and health. And we'll talk a little bit more about the energy innovation after that.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's definitely an honor to be here today. My name is Linda Robinson, and I'm the Vice Principal of Adult Education and an educator at the 30 level for the Sunchild First Nation. I'm also the CEO and the founder of the Sustainability Project in Rocky Mountain House and the Community Gardens. We endeavor to create food security for peoples, and first and foremost, to really focus on educating our young people, because I think that that's very important. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Kobza, president of Willowbrook Farms. We're a Métis-owned and operated vertical farming system just north of Edmonton. Go Oilers, go. This is a new side to the business for me. I've been growing tomatoes, lettuce, kale for the last 3 years, so speaking on stages is definitely new, and I'm very grateful for the support of the NCIF as well. We have a lot of initiatives going on. We're doing a Lights On movement, supplying garden towers for Indigenous schools, building full food sovereign facilities across Canada. So really excited to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And again, I'm no stranger to this crowd. The First Nations Power Authority has gone through a little bit of a evolution of our vision and our mission statements at FNPA. We certainly want to strive for energy, food, water, and energy, food, and water security for all Indigenous peoples. I should have got that right because that's our mission statement. Anyways, we are having an increasing number of interest in the area of food security. For obvious reasons, food is ever increasing. The cost of putting food on the table for our young families, Indigenous communities, is getting that much more challenging. Intersect that again with the having to pay the power bill, because we are relying upon power that's not readily cheap or readily available at times, and reliability is an issue. And so with microgeneration comes opportunities for food production, power generation. To be economically sovereign, we need to ensure that our staple items such as food and energy and turning on the power is something that we can not just afford but also produce. So to become not just consumers of power and food, but to be the producers of power and food. And so immediately after this panel, after our MOU signing today with a very important organization that we truly believe is headed in the right direction under Callie's leadership, is again, the sky's the limit if we can collaborate on food sovereignty projects across the country. I just had a conversation with Chief Wesley Sam from Burns Lake, BC. He's very interested in inviting us up soon after this event, up to his community, and we'll talk about opportunities to support not just capital investment, but also looking at various deployments of projects across the country. So very excited about this first ever panel at our conference.
Awesome. You know, I think one of the things that we've really noticed, I would say, particularly in the last 12 months at the NCIF is, and we've talked about it a lot today, is that next 7 generations. And today the panel really is, I will say, focused on that and that education component. Further to the power conversation is that what does it for food security and food sustainability and food sovereignty? And so, Linda, I want to start with you. You're doing some, this is your passion. I've spoke with you a couple of times. And can you tell us a little bit about your project? And then we'll go around it.
Well, thank you for asking. One of the things that we've really been focusing on, obviously because I'm an educator and in the administration, is ensuring that our youth have the education that they need to think about in terms of sustainability, to give them the opportunities, I guess, to see projects that are available that they can view firsthand, so they can see what it's actually like, because a lot of times you hear about sustainability and a lot of people are kind of like, well, what does that actually mean? So what we've done is we've actually created, not only at the Sunchild School, where we have a lot of opportunities for the students to be part of sustainability and seeing it in action, but we, as a school, we do that. We have solar panels all across the roof of our building so that we can kind of try to create power sustainability. But we've also created a land-based or a physical space where students can come to do field trips, to actually see what does a solar off-grid home look like? How could I create food security by having garden boxes, right? By accessing community gardens, by being part of groups that are focusing on growing and looking after not only themselves physically, but, you know, connecting with other people mentally, you know, spiritually, recognizing that, and I think somebody said it earlier, that we're like seeds. We're all seeds, right? And so we're not all meant to be cantaloupes. You know, some of us are watermelons. So by seeing and recognizing that, I think it's kind of an as above, so below kind of a scenario that students can start to see that planting seeds is a lot like life. You know, they can start to plant those little seeds in their own life. And so creating sustainability is important, obviously, from an education perspective, but it's also from a life perspective. It's just recognizing that we can all go with the flow. And I often tell my students that it's my belief that it's the Indigenous communities in our world that are going to save our planet, because they have that focus on sustainability, that they have that recognition that, you know, if something was to happen in our world, and that's why the Energy Forum is so important, that there'd be no SOBIes. You know, how would we be able to care for ourselves? How would we be able to look after ourselves? How would we be able to create that food security? And so that's kind of why it's been a passion of mine, you know, mainly because I'm also a mom, right? And I look and I see, you know, kids nowadays, they don't have a lot of hope, you know, for the future. They see, you know, these big, huge houses and everything is based on materialism, and how can I show my worth as an individual? And so they can actually see how they can be part of a bigger project, a bigger and better world, I guess. And that's probably why it's one of my passions, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome, Linda. And, you know, I think from what I've heard of the work that you're doing in Sunchild, it leads very well into my question that I'm going to put forward here, Lindsay, to you. And so the uniqueness I find with Red Deer Polytechnic, we had the honor and actually are going into a partnership with Red Deer Polytechnic. And I think part of that is really about that education and the post-secondary opportunities that are there. And I know they exist across the country, but the uniqueness, I think, at Red Deer Polytechnic, really looking at the alternative lab that's there, and touring that and really seeing the capacity that's being built for the next generation to really learn that side of it. If you can just comment on that.
Yeah, we're very fortunate at Red Deer Polytechnic. I would say our whole campus is an alternative energy lab. Obviously, we're situated in Alberta, so we don't think oil and gas is going to go anywhere anytime soon. But we do believe that we should be investing in sustainability and alternative energy. So on our campus, we have over 4,300 solar panels. They're situated on our residence, we have them on our rooftops, and it all centers in our alternative energy lab. So it's 4,300 square feet, and it's a partnered lab. So it's not for the benefit of the Polytechnic, it's really to partner with community partners, with industrial partners. We partnered with Suncrude, or Suncor, we partnered with Fortis, and it's to explore alternative energy opportunities. So if an industry partner comes to us with a problem or wants to explore an application, that's what that alternative energy lab is there for, and our students get to work on that project. We bring in our carpentry students, we bring in our electrical students, we bring in our instrumentation students, and they get to work on these real world problems, which really makes it fascinating with them, with our faculty members. They work out on our partner space. space or they work at the Polytechnic, so we'll put in the application on our rooftops or on our campus to see if it works or if we can use it. We have a data sharing coalition is really important to us. So if we have an application that works, we want that to become a part of a data sharing coalition so that we're not gatekeeping information, that we're sharing across our partners, so that if we are creating alternative energy solutions, that it's available to our partners in how it works and if it works. We also use mirroring technologies on campus. So we have heat pumps and in the ground, and we use those on campus to look at seasonality. And it's really important to us that students are involved in all of our projects. We do want them to be educational opportunities. And so we're looking for those partners with industrial and community partners on campus, all across our campus.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think, like I said, when we were there and toured, and we had opportunity to look at that data collection, and seeing the First Nations that were represented on that was, we were very pleased to see that. And I think it goes back to what we've talked about on every panel today, is that building relationship and the long-term sustainability of that. And I think that data collection and understanding data sovereignty in our First Nations and is a huge piece of that, and they were very attuned to that. So, yeah.
And I just mentioned that there's like a reasonable amount of funding available for those who do want to invest in it. There's an understanding that when we're developing new technologies, most of them fail. In fact, 90% of them fail, and that's just fine, because 90% of them fail for us to get to the 10% that work. So when we're looking for investments, or they're looking for investments, it's acknowledged that the buy-in for it is very minimal. So when we're looking for those partners, whether they're community partners or industrial partners, we are aware and they are aware that most of it is not going to work for us to get to the place where one works.
Yeah, that's great. So Colin, that kind of leads over into a question for you then, in regards to the great work that you've been doing and what you're creating in the, the energy and sustainability area for aeroponics. And I know that as we go forward, by 2025, we have to increase food production by 60 to 70% to feed the world. And I think when I look from a First Nation lens and everything that we've heard across Canada, and especially in the far north in Inuit, those conversations are really around food security, affordability. And that, Guy commented on that. So can you share a bit about your project and your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so 3 years ago, we started with a couple vertical towers. The vertical towers that we started with could grow 52 plants per square foot. And it was amazing to see the growth that we had of starting this little project in my mom and dad's barn. It didn't need to be a big greenhouse. It didn't need to be a huge, big building. We started small, and in that time, we started producing heads of lettuce, kale, Swiss chard, sage, dill, and we were cropping out and harvesting within 30 to 40 days. But I think the biggest thing that really blew my mind was, we farmed a lot in the summer, and the amount of water that nothing wrong with traditional farming in soil, but we were using a lot of water in the summer. And in the winter, we were, growing these crops and going to the tower, and we were truly using about 95% less water. So the towers that we were using were growing, a farming tower, we were growing about 52 plants per square foot. We had a low voltage pump, and our pumps would turn on 2 minutes of every 4 hours. And so it was incredible to see. So where we started to evolve is some of my First Nation and Indigenous friends and family were like, how can we expand this? And this is what I loved about what you're saying, is how can we really start to educate the youth? And so there's been a lot of moving parts with Willowbrook Farms. In this past year, we've actually re-engineered and designed our own vertical farming tower. So now instead of growing 52 plants, I can grow 96 because it is a volume base. Like you need volume. And I can even reduce our water. I lowered the voltage of our pump. And so going through less water. So if you don't know, we're a soilless company. So I plant a seed in something called rock wool. And so rock wool is an organic mineral or material. And so, when that plant is time to harvest, we either can just chop the plant off and give that plant to, or the rock wool, throw the rock wool out, and it's not damaging the environment. So it doesn't grow in a plastic cube. But where we're really seeing the significant conversation is, do you want me to talk about the facility expansion as well? Yeah. Like our facility and our vision is, it changes daily. And so with sitting down with some community leaders from the north, Northern Alberta, Northwest Territories, the conversation about food sovereignty is just, it's intense. Yeah. To hear the food quality that's getting taken to these communities, it's devastating from hearing from a face-to-face conversation. And so we really got down to the drawing board, and we drew and we visualized, and so we came up with a full food sovereign facility. And so in our facilities, in a Willowbrook facility, you'd walk into the front and you would have a cafeteria, like kind of a kitchen, a bistro, soup and sandwich area, bakery. And then on the right side of the facility would be a produce section where you're actually pulling produce right from your towers. And then a meat section. And so when you walk into the facility, there's going to be a classroom where the community members and leaders can learn and grow. And the classroom is literally in one of the garden rooms. So whoever's teaching or whoever's learning, you're literally watching and learning from the plants that are growing, because you can't have a lot of people circulating through the gardens, because it's a sanitary place. Like you have to have caps and gowns. So we kind of immerse the classroom with windows right into our facility. And then if you continue to walk say like east, you'll have a logistics center where a lot of the shipping and receiving products can come in. And if you come back west, on that far west corner, we'll have a butcher facility. So not a slaughter facility, but a butcher facility where the nation or community can harvest their deer, their elk, their moose, their bison, or order their high quality beef, poultry, pork, and process that meat right in the facility. And then if you continue to come west, we'll have a dry freeze commercial dry freezer where the community members can start to dry freeze their berries, their kale. I don't want to dive too much into medical side, but dry freeze kale and a dry froze Saskatoon combined is lowering a blood sugar. And so I'll leave it at that until I'll have a doctor come join me on the stage one day. But that's huge for us, because and that's food. That's a full food that you're putting into your body. And then coming back to the west is we'll have a full kitchen in our facility where that's going to support the bistro, the bakery, the soup and sandwich bar, and it's an exciting time. I'm actually have a meeting on Saturday with a community and a nation from Northern Alberta that's ready for us to build. And in the construction of our facility is where the sustainability. We're talking about using a full concrete facility, so it's not something that's going to collapse or you're going to need to rebuild within 20 years. We're talking about a 100 to 125 year facility where you know, the panels of the facility are, it's called a sandwich panel, where it's not an R value, it's a thermal value, where like the heat from the building in the winter will keep it warm, and in the summer months it keeps the building cooler. So really exciting times for us. And then I'll just touch on an initiative that we just announced. The lights on, or do you want? We can do that. Yeah. This is probably make me emotional, but visiting some of the communities, I just saw this, and what you said about the children, like I saw something in the eyes of like, they're just, something's missing. And I know, me being 45 years old and spending hours in a garden and going home and my wife's like, holy, you're like pretty energetic. Like you're just, but there's something that when you're working with a plant, I don't know if it's because it's organic. I don't know if it's because you're touching it. I don't know if it's because you don't have to bend over and take out the weeds all day like in a traditional garden, but I just feel alive. And so I wanted to create an initiative in collaboration with some community members that I work with for the children. So we created, over the past 6 months, we built a movement called the Lights On movement. And so our initiative is to supply something on a smaller scale for the children, for the youth, a 6-tower or 12-tower micro farm that we put into the schools, because you don't need HVACs systems, you don't need all the bells and whistles for a smaller farm, but it's going to give the youth and the community leaders and whoever is working with these mini micro farms just this knowledge of like, holy, I can pull off a piece of produce and I can go get some lettuce or kale or Swiss chard or whatever you're growing in the middle of February, in the middle of December, and it's just going to give this, it's going to give everybody this educational value of hope, of food. And so that's our initiative, and it's we launched it on Monday last week, and the response was, I don't want to use overwhelming, but it was pretty heartfelt, of so many communities wanting more information. So we're blessed, and with working with Chris and Collie, it's and the support of their company, it's been a really, I would say, a magical time for Willowbrook Farms, and we're really excited to keep moving forward. Like, you know, we're a young company, 3 years old, and within the last year, it's just evolved from full food sovereign facilities to Lights On movement to just researching and developing new plants that we can grow, and it's really exciting.
Thanks, Colin. We're excited to help promote and support as well. Anytime that there's initiatives like that, and the Lights On movement that will be active on September 30th is a Lights On Day, and there's lots of information about it. I know communities here already that we've met with who are very interested in it. So, yeah, we're very pleased, and we're proud of the work that you've done. Honestly, the passion in it. Yeah. So, Guy, when we talk about partnerships, because I know we've talked about that a lot in the past 16 months, and here we are again today. I think from a perspective of the amazing work that you do, the partnership piece of it and how to enter into partnerships is really important in building that relationship. And I think even for Colin here sitting on stage and going into communities to build and talk about obviously the food side of it, but what does that look like, and what advice could you give to industry and government and academia partners as well as they're moving forward to build relationships? You've built very successful ones. You have a very long history as an amazing past chief and leading communities. And so just what advice would you give?
The passion. Follow the passion. I'm here sitting beside these lovely folks here today for the very fact that that we as humans have needs, and we have passions, and we have ideas and innovations. And the question that was put to a research institution that we met with last month McMaster University, we talked about what would you do with extra electrons, extra power. For northern communities, this is a reality when they suffer from not having reliable sources of power. We just heard from the Haida Gwaii talking about the reliance on diesel on islands in Canada that do not have energy and food security. But we have ideas about what it takes to come to commercialization. This is where the First Nations Power Authority can shine, because we really do try to de-risk these projects. We try to scale them up so that you can provide energy and food security for your ideas. You know, when we talk about Canada being an energy superpower, it's Indigenous people that are the superpower because of our spirituality. You know, when I have a tough day, when I go home to my apartment here in Calgary, you know what the one thing I do is when I'm stressed? I walk up to my plant and I touch my plant. You know why? Because plants are life. The Creator gave us that as a gift. When I'm stressed, those are the things that I do. And it's these ideas that we need to bring to market. When I go to sleep on my mattress, it's a spiritual journey. When I dream, it's a journey. And then I come back and I'm thankful for the next day, just like I will be tomorrow. But the spirituality of our people is so beautiful. The commodities that are taken from our resources, our traditional territories, are so beautiful. And we can become not just energy superpowers as Indigenous communities, but we can be supplier superpowers to the mining sector. So we're working on deals to start taking a look at how we can be power providers and other types of services, ancillary services to large industry. Food is one of them. Food insecurity is far too often endured by our young folks, our young babies. And we look at it like that. If you haven't lived that kind of a life, you don't have an appreciation for it. So that's why FNPA wants to walk this journey with you and your leadership and all of your people here to ensure that there is a brighter, more prosperous future for your constituents and ours. And we look forward to working with you in signing this partnership.
We do as well, Guy. You know, and I think, you know, on that partnership note, you know, we've signed some partnerships in the last while, Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Canadian Bison Association. Those types of relationships are important because we're at a time and place when we go into our First Nation communities and our Inuit and Métis regions and having the conversations around, we have a lot of land, we know we want to do something, but we don't know what we want to do, and we need help. And so the NCIF is literally 150% behind you. We've walked many through startups, scale-ups, and making those connections to them. We're the hub. When you need something in your community and you may not necessarily have the capacity within your community, you call and you say, we need somebody to come help us with our buffalo. Or we want to know more about this Lights On movement, or we want to know more about how we can have more food security and food sustainability in our nation. So bringing that research and that data and those analytics together from a very Western culture to bringing together our culture, spirituality, and Indigenous ways of knowing and bridging that gap, because there's so much to be learned from one another. And so having the voices around the table, and that nothing about us without us. We need to be in those conversations. And that fear of approach and that fear of offending, we've got to take that away, and we have to start working together. Because as Guy said, you know, I truly believe that Indigenous people will lead that way forward.
I forgot to say something. Okay. One of the things that was promised to us in treaty was agriculture as well. And so we can't forget about that. It is not just an ox, and it's not just farm implements of 1910. Our treaty rights will evolve for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the waters flow. And so the smarter we get, the more innovative we get. Red Deer Polytechnic, when they open their doors to our young people, we will thrive, we will prosper. Yeah. And so that's, I think, the the evolving relationship we have, not just with Canada, but with ourselves, is let's just get innovative and let's take this to the next level in terms of opportunity.
And Lindsay, just to come back to Red Deer Polytechnic, some of the comments this morning were really around, we want our youth to be educated. I used to be in post-secondary as well, but when they leave our communities, they don't come back. So I think, and you and I just talked about this prior to coming up here, I think COVID impacted that now for post-secondaries to really think about what is that in community learning look like, so our youth don't have to leave our communities, they don't have to leave that safe space and their teachings, and they're still at home eating their food. What does that look like?
Yeah, we're, I'll mention we just signed an MOU with Sunchild, which actually has our learning occurring at Sunchild and on Sunchild. So it's RDP instructors, but the learning is occurring at Sunchild. And that's a really great partnership where it's occurring there, but with our instructors, and we're really excited about the Elder Village that's happening out there. It's in and around trades, which is fantastic. We also have a partnership with the Northwest Territories to get women into trades, and so we're looking at how our instructors can support remote learning for women in trades. The great thing about COVID, and maybe one of the only great thing about COVID, is it really pushed us forward, and when I say us, I mean our instructors, and how to teach online and how to deliver online. So we're in a better space in terms of how to deliver online. And we've really moved with communities outside of Red Deer into remote delivery. So we've partnered in Sundre. We have a lab in a church basement for PN programming where we do all the theory online, and then they've found a church basement for us to do our labs in. In Camrose, we're in a long-term care home in a lab there. So we're really trying to look at innovative solutions where we can do most of the delivery online, and then we want to partner with communities where we can find innovative spaces for the lab portions. When I think of energy and food security, I really also think of AI. So how are you going to manage those energy? How are you going to manage, when I come out of Ontario recently, when I think of Bruce Power, it's AI and IoT, even on food security, if we think of autonomous tractors, it's IoT, and that's a great space for us to look at hybrid delivery and online delivery. So if there is somebody who's interested in partnering, we're always interested in partnering with community around online and flex delivery and how we can deliver into communities from the Polytechnic.
That's awesome. So Linda, just to go forward with that, the relationship with RDP, obviously with Sunchild, is ever evolving. And again, when we visited there, they brought Sunchild to our attention right away, and we're excited to come and journey alongside where we can with the NCIF. I think, though, can you touch a bit on the collaboration with RDP, and then as well just how this has advanced educational sustainability in the community from an energy standpoint?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the MOU that we signed with RDP is probably one of the most significant things that we've done as a community, because it gives the youth something to look forward to when they finish school. There wasn't a lot of motivation for them to graduate. There wasn't a lot of, well, what do I do now, right? Or where can I go from here, right? So this year, actually, and our graduation is supposed to be this Friday, we have over 20 students, and that's significant for our group. We have over 20 students that are graduating this year, but we have quite a few that are going into trades. And so what that does is, and we toured the facility, and RDP is one of probably our closest educational facilities where students can go, other than Edmonton or Calgary. And what I've found is that there's a lot of students that don't necessarily want to be too far from their community. And I don't blame them. What we have is a place that they can go halfway. We call it the halfway house. It's halfway between RDP and the reserves, so Sunchild and Ochis, where they can actually stay and then commute in to do some of the trade stuff that they can learn there. They can focus on some of the energy trades that they have. right? So not only that, but then they can bring that back to the community. So one of the things that we're hoping to do from an educational perspective is to have the students in partnership with RDP learn how to do carpentry, electrical, plumbing, welding, and build an actual elders village where they can give back to their community and something that they can be proud of for a long time to come. I actually want to address the thing that you said about the tower gardens. We have tower gardens in our classrooms, and the students love it, right? Like they love, how are they growing today? Or, oh, look at you, you're getting bigger, and just kind of recognizing that that's the future of, I think, well, definitely of I think the Sunchild community. The educational part of it, I think, is just so important because it helps them to think about their own future, how they can contribute to their own lives. But then, like I said, as above, so below, what they do for themselves, they do for others. And so the things that they learn at RDP, the trades that they go into, is not only going to give them a focus that they can look forward to when they graduate, that they actually can get to that point and graduate and then go on to, college and, the polytechnic or universities, that they can then take what they've learned and they can give back to their communities. So it's super exciting, what we've been doing, what they're doing, from the school perspective, and being able to create that sustainability, that food security there.
Thanks. Don't you love it when you get questions out in advance and don't get any of them asked to you? This one, Cole, I'm going to read because this was one that is a pretty important one for this conversation. And so in your experience of building out facilities and the agriculture systems, how do you see renewable or sustainable energy solutions like solar or geothermal playing a role in making the operation more resilient, more efficient as this goes into communities?
It's essential. That's the goal, is for all of our facilities to, be solar. Having systems in place where we're using 95 to 98% less water. I think it's crucial for it's critical for parts of the world to have those operating systems in place. And for us, there's nothing more rewarding when you have 2,000 or 3,000 plants growing in an area where the community members can go literally to the facility and go to the area and bring something home fresh. Speaking about sustainability, it might go a little bit off topic, but there's studies that are saying that there's 1 billion pounds of pesticides and herbicides that are being sprayed on our produce in North America every year. And so with us building these facilities, we're drastically lowering the carbon footprint, the greenhouse gases, but the major goal for us is these facilities would work in Calgary, they'll work anywhere. It doesn't matter their geographical area. Obviously in the remote areas, it's a bigger impact for that little region. Yeah. But there's nothing more rewarding that, the community members going to somewhere where something's not having to be flown in or trucked in. Yeah. So the sustainability it's astronomical.
Yeah. Good, thanks. So Guy, we're really honored that you stepped up on stage here with us, and I want to leave it open to you. Is there any questions that you have? I mean, this is you and I going into, we're signing like a marriage certificate or something. No.
Yeah, absolutely. The honor is ours on behalf of our board and our staff and our consulting crew at the FNPA. We're ready. We are eager to help to achieve some of your dreams and your goals when it comes to food sovereignty. The vertical farming is some of our solutions from some of our members in combined heat and power and solar and battery storage. We've got some companies right here out of Calgary that supported our golf tournament, that supported the work we do here at the First Nations Power Authority, the School of Sustainability Environment at the University of Saskatchewan. I hope to visit Red Deer Polytechnic real soon. I was supposed to be there last month. I couldn't make it, but we will get there. And so I guess the food for thought is, again, maybe people didn't know this. I was the chair of Grey Owl Marketing, which was an organic wild rice production company out of northern Saskatchewan for a short period of time. The Saskatchewan Indian Agricultural Program out of Saskatchewan, which I had nothing to do with because it was far prior to even my political career. But if we can organize, if we can create a vision, we can create market opportunities that are niche opportunities. When it comes to food quality, absolutely we need to be able to produce food that's consumed closer to where we grow it. And it's been a passion of mine. And my life's work has been all about honoring those who have taught me the lessons to strive for, which is to be self-sustaining as a person. My mom's dad was a farmer out of Broadview, Saskatchewan, just north of the number 1 highway. My grandmother's 91 years old. She still grows a garden in a pail, but because she's 90 plus years old, but they're still doing it. Sewing blankets, our artisans at the back here, they're doing it for themselves, and we want to just build on that passion, the commitment, and the spark in your eyes. That's really what this is all about. It's making sure that we help to achieve your goals as an organization. And so I'm really honored to be here with you today, and yeah, we're happy to sign this MOU.
Good. Any last comments?
Yeah, I have a last comment. I just think from a community perspective, for those educators out there, for those administrators out there, to really think about what you can do for your students, what you can do for the young people in your communities to help them see that there is hope for the future, that there is, they can have food security, that they can have their own home to live in, that they can learn everything that they can about giving back to their kids and their kids' kids. We've talked about the future generations. And I think that, it's things like this that help people to see that, there is a future in this, that there is a future for our youth and for ourselves, and we can create food security for everybody.
Thank you. Good, Lindsay? You're good, Colin? Okay. Well, with that, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming and traveling here to do this today. And
Very good. Lovely. We'll exchange that.
thank you. Yeah, that was good. Thank you. Great to meet you. Nice guy. Are we doing it? I think they set a table up over there with her. Right there. Your stuff.
All right, if we can get a photo in front of the teepees with all of you, and signing of the MOU. So I'd like to welcome you all back tomorrow morning for 7:30 breakfast start. The first summary of tomorrow will start at 8:30. Enjoy the game tonight. Enjoy Tsuut'ina Nation's Grey Eagle Casino. Go and help us build some homes for the nation out here. So, hey. All right, we're gonna sign this baby. guy just kind of reminds me of treaty signing here. Hey. Drum roll. It's done. Just to reciprocate each other's official documents. All right, congratulations. First Nations Power Authority, National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food. Future looks bright. My name is Hal Eagletail. We'll see you all tomorrow morning, 7:30 breakfast. Have a beautiful evening. Good night.